Welcome, everybody, to the Joint Education Committee, our first one of the year. Happy to see all of your shining faces. Seems like we were just together not that long ago. But anyway, welcome back. Some of you have already been up here already in Casper, but this is my first trip this year. So any thoughts you have, Co-Chairman Andrew, before we take roll and get started?
I do not.
Oh, there we go.
Said it all.
That's even better. We do have one or two, possibly one on Zoom today, one maybe on the way later, and one that's running a little bit late. So, but look, with that, let's go ahead and take roll. Ashley.
For the Joint Education Meeting, May 28th, 2025, Senator Brennan.
Excused, she'll be here shortly.
Senator Olson.
Here.
Senator Rothfuss. Here. Senator Scott.
Here.
Representative Bratton. Here. Representative Erickson. Here. Representative Guggenmoss.
Here.
Representative Kelly.
Here.
Representative Lawley.
Here.
Representative Singh.
He is excused. He had a funeral to attend and will be here later this afternoon, I believe.
Okay. Representative Strock.
Here.
Representative Williams. Here. Co-Chairman Andrew.
Here.
Co-Chairman Schuler.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ashley. Just a few housekeeping items. I know Ashley has mentioned this, and more than one person has mentioned it, that we need to make sure that we are fairly close to our microphones. Some of the folks out there in Zoom land have a hard time hearing. Generally, my voice is usually pretty loud, but I don't know if maybe I stay too close to the mic. But if whether you're testifying today or whether you're part of the committee, please make sure that your microphone's working and that you've got it close enough so we can hear out there. There's a lot of folks that do come on via Zoom, and so we'd like to them to hear us. So the first thing we need to do is adopt our rules. So all of you may have seen those already from Ashley. And so there's the House rules, which is a quorum necessary for the Joint Committee. It's just a majority of the members. And then there's the Senate rules, where there has to be a majority of each side. So I'm open to motions. Yes, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, I would move we adopt it's labeled the House version, which is just takes, a quorum is just a quorum of the committee, and it just takes a majority of committee to approve a bill. It's not separate by House. There's some circumstances where you need that other feature, and I don't think we've got them this year.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, I think Senator Scott pretty well covered it. So all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Okay, that motion has been passed. So it's the one time the House will probably get their way, right? No, I actually like both sets of rules. So moving on. We've got another thing they always put out here. It's just called our Decorum script. I never read it. I guess I'm a little bit of a rebel. But I would just say this, that we need to be respectful of each other, respectful of the folks that are testifying, of each other on the committee, and make sure that we direct all of our comments to the chairman first, as well as, I know it's easy to jump on and go directly to one of the members of the committee, but we do need to go through the chairman. So other than that, are there anything else, Co-Chairman, on the rules? Okay. With that, I'm going to go ahead and run this morning's meeting, and I think we did rock, paper, scissors to decide. Actually, we just texted each other, do you want to do the morning or the afternoon? So, and I said, I'd rather do the morning, get it over with. So as much as I love it, I want to get done. So we have a lot to cover today. And as I said before, Co-Chairman, we'll do this afternoon's. And then tomorrow, I guess we'll probably just do rock, paper, scissors to decide. And maybe we'll just.
Let's do 203.
Okay, perfect. All right. With that, I don't think we have any other housekeeping to take care of unless anybody on the committee has anything that we need to visit about. Okay, great.
Madam Chairman, how would you like to address absentee voting?
Oh, absentee voting. Okay, thanks. I knew there was something I'd forgotten. I would, again, defer to Co-Chairman. I think we talked about this. Do you want to mention that, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think what we had discussed is that I think we'd be fine with letting those who can participate on Zoom vote from Zoom, as well as if someone has to leave for a specific reason and wants to leave an absentee vote on a bill that they know is coming up, they will be able to do so.
Okay, and I would agree with that. So, yes, Senator, go ahead. Oh, Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman,
Gotta use your mic.
let me see if
Speaking of
if I'm
microphones.
understanding then. Somebody who's been here and participated can vote that way, but somebody who's not been here at all can't just leave a vote and say, I'm against this bill or for this bill. You have to have been
My
participating.
understanding as well. Yeah, we just said about that. Yeah, perfect. Any other comments on that? Okay. All right, with that then, Ashley, anything else I've forgotten?
I don't believe so, Madam Chairman.
Good thing you're here, that's all I can say. All right, well, we'll move to our first topic today, which is school discipline. We're tickled to have Tanya Hytrek here, and I think she's going to start us off. So welcome, Tanya, and do you like us to call you Tanya or Miss Hytrek? Do you have a preference?
Madam Chairwoman, it doesn't matter, but it is Tanya.
It's Tanya. Okay,
So,
all this time I've been
It's
calling her.
okay.
Maybe
I mean, even my family gets it wrong, so it's fine. So,
Okay, well, welcome, and we'll turn the time over to you.
sure, thank
Tell us
you.
what you want us to know.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, Tanya Hytrek, I'm the Operations Administrator at LSO. I also staff the various education committees. There's a memo in your packet dated May 13th from me, and the subject is overview of school discipline, suspension, expulsion, seclusion, and restraint. Recall, this is your second priority for your 2025 interim, and this memo is in response to that topic. It's intended to provide a high-level legal background, both on suspension and expulsion, and also seclusion and restraint, which, recall, was also mentioned in your interim topic. It does not include information related to IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, nor Section 504. Those are occupied by federal law, and they have extensive disciplinary requirements associated with those involving the parents, very stringent notice requirements and those types of things. Moving on, the Constitution guarantees all children ages 6 through 21 the fundamental right for the opportunity for an adequate education through public education. This is not an absolute right. There's case law on this, and if a student is expelled or suspended legally, they don't have to provide an education. And the fundamental right is actually for the opportunity to participate. So should a student get in trouble and require disciplinary measures and is unable to participate through the statutory process, the Supreme Court has ruled that that is appropriate. Wyoming Statute 21-4-305 through 308 governs suspension and expulsion. And the Board of Trustees has the authority to suspend or expel a student and may delegate that authority to an administrative or a supervisory entity. Districts may adopt rules, and I think many of them have. They're contained in their handbooks for teachers, other administrators, and the superintendent to enforce those rules. There is a notice requirement, and the notice can be written or it can be oral. And it must advise the student of the allegations and the evidence surrounding the incident at issue. And it must provide the parents with a good faith effort of notification. I think that's kind of interesting. The opportunity for a hearing is also contained in these statutes, and it must be provided as soon as possible. But if the suspension is 10 days or less, the hearing has to be provided prior to the removal of the student, unless the student's conduct endangers people, property, it's disruptive to learning, and in the event that the student is immediately removed from the classroom and the educational setting, then a hearing must be provided within 72 hours. Expulsion or suspension in excess of 10 days, a hearing is required to comply with the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act. That would involve a hearing examiner generally overseeing the proceeding by the board, finding facts and conclusions of law, and then a final decision, which is obviously appealable. And the student, let's see, I lost my place here. The student, in the instance of the suspension or expulsion in excess of 10 days, is actually removed from the educational setting, different from if it's less than 10 days where the student is required to be provided an education. The grounds for expulsion are relatively exhaustive. Those are listed on page 2 of the memo. Willful disobedience, open defiance, willful destruction or defacing of school property. And this is sort of the catch-all, any behavior which in the judgment of the local board of trustees is clearly detrimental to education, welfare, safety, or morals of other pupils. And it goes on to discuss what those might include. And then the last bullet point is sort of surrounding bullying, torturing, tormenting, or abusing a pupil in a way, or maltreating a pupil or a teacher with physical violence. So, and then the last item on page 3, the first bullet there is the use or possession of a deadly weapon in school, and that is a mandatory 1-year suspension if you possess a weapon on school property. That sort of leads into the criminal statutes. It's a great way to lead into the criminal statutes, and the statutes for suspension and expulsion actually state that if the behavior is punishable under law, you cannot take action sort of in both of those worlds unless it's clearly detrimental to the education, welfare, safety, or morals of other people. So sort of another catch-all item. There are criminal statutes that could be imposed. I didn't list them all, but one of them is Wyoming Statute 6-2-505. It's terroristic threats. That's generally what a district attorney would charge a student with in the event that they swatted a school or they brought a weapon to school and it caused the school to evacuate. And as I said, that's not an exhaustive list. I mean, possession of a weapon, depending on the behavior at issue, it could be a whole laundry list of criminal statutes that would be at play. The last item, briefly, I'll discuss is seclusion and restraint. I don't know that it's directly related to student discipline, but it's governed by 21-3-110A Romanet 31. And that statute requires that district adopt policies and training for the use of seclusion and restraint in schools and prohibits locked seclusion. I would also note that the Department of Education has passed Chapter 42 rules, and those Chapter 42 rules contain exhaustive requirements, both for notice, the policy requirements, the data to be collected, record keeping, and a requirement that those policies be published in a handbook. So, Madam Chairwoman, subject to your questions, I know that's a lot of legal jargon.
Questions for Tanya? Yes,
Madam
go ahead,
Chairwoman?
Representative Clark. I'll go to Representative Clark, and then I'll go to, excuse me?
It was Clark.
Did I call you Clark? Representative Clark, oh my gosh. I think I was looking at two things, and let's go with Representative Kelly, and then we'll go to Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I've been called worse.
I don't know where that came from.
Looking at the requirements here for suspension and expulsion, I'm looking at things such as willful disobedience, profane language. My question is, how does that interact with IEP law, where willful disobedience might be part of an IEP, such as oppositional defiant disorder, or profane language might be part of a verbal tic? Anyway, thank you.
Tanya, go ahead.
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Kelly, this memo covers our state law governing suspension and expulsion. IDEA and Section 504 both have extensive requirements surrounding discipline of those students that are on an IEP. So in the instance that you mentioned where the student has a disorder that, results in profane language or perhaps defiant behavior. If that student's on an IEP, these statutes do not apply. There's a separate and distinct process for that, and it's occupied by federal law.
Any follow-up? Okay. Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good to see everybody this morning. Tanya, I really appreciate your memo. It was very good pulling all the aspects of the state law together, and I do appreciate it. I just wanted to probe one area, and that is kind of generally the right to appeal decisions made. I think I understand that over a suspension over 10 days comes under the Administrative Procedures Act, which does have provisions for appeal if you can meet those criteria, and even appeal into our court system. Is that true for the over 10-day suspension when you're using the rules of the Administrative Procedures Act? That's one question. And the next would just be related to the others. Do they have any sort of appeal right? I didn't see anything there, but just want to kind of understand that landscape. Thank you.
Tanya, go ahead.
Certainly, Madam Chairwoman. You are correct with regard to suspension or expulsion in excess of 10 days. That falls under the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act, and review of those cases is governed by Wyoming Statute 16-3-114, and that process is pretty clear. I think for those hearings that are in at less than 10 days, those are a final agency action. I suspect that they could appeal those to the district court. It just doesn't require the same evidentiary standards and process that the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act requires. There's very specific rules for that presentation of evidence. It's basically a mini trial. And so I suspect, and maybe school districts can answer that question for you more definitively, but I suspect those suspensions that are less than 10 days are perhaps less formal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative?
No, thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, I had a constituent complaint. The source of the question I've got a few years ago, not very many years ago, but the situation, and I don't want to get in too much detail for fear of causing trouble, but situation was the high school level. Male student was threatening one of the female teachers. And male teacher intervened and put a stop to it. And I think took some disciplinary steps against the student right there. The complaint I got was that the school district failed to back the teacher up. And the teacher that stood in to protect his colleague got some kind of a disciplinary action against him. And attitude was, after that, never do that again. And I don't know, I'm asking Tanya, but I suspect maybe one of the other witnesses, Madam Chairman, may be able to shed more light on it. Is there anything in our statutes that would tend to influence the school district to behave that way, or is it strictly a managerial problem within the school district? Because the teachers do need support from the administration when they have to discipline a student, and I can see that, and it sounds like it sounded to me distinctly like they weren't getting what they needed. And I know the teacher a bit and have a great deal of confidence in him. Is there anything in our statutes that would tend to push a school district to act that way?
Go ahead, Tanya.
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Scott, I can't think of a statute that would, incentivize a school district not to support a teacher. I do know there are whistleblower statutes, but I'm unsure if those apply to public schools. I can certainly look into that. I know they apply to like state government agencies. That may be an avenue for the teacher. And also the teacher, and I think WEA is here, they can probably speak to this, but perhaps they could get the teacher union involved if the teacher felt like she wasn't being adequately supported by her administration.
Follow up, Senator?
Yeah, and Madam Chairman, is there anything in the federal law that could cause trouble? Because the student may have been on an IEP. I do not know that.
Tanya, any comment?
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman, Senator Scott, without knowing the specific facts, I really can't opine on what could have been implicated in that case.
Representative Bratton?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have a question about when, in the event a school district utilizes seclusion or restraint with the student, the parent or legal guardian of the student must be notified. My question is how just when they utilize the seclusion or restraint, not in regards to the suspension, but how quickly must they be notified? Is there anything that specifies how quickly they must be notified?
Tanya? Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, Representative, it's not contained in statute, but the department's rules do address that. Section 4D states that the school shall develop a parent notification procedure that includes at minimum written notification within 24 hours or another time frame as agreed to by the school or the parent of using the regulated procedure. Notification shall be complete upon mailing, personal delivery, or electronic transmission of the notice. And it would note, again, this is for the general education population. There are specific notification requirements for those students on IEPs or on a 504 plan.
Other comments? Oh, back follow-up? Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just to confirm that it's just 24 hours, within 24 hours, they need to be notified.
Tanya, go ahead.
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Bratton, that is the way I read the rules. You can certainly pose that question to the Department of Education. These are their rules and regulations.
I will do that. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Other comments or questions? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Early in your presentation, you had mentioned that the district must make a good faith attempt to notify a student's parents of a suspension. You had offhandedly said you found it interesting. Could you please expand on that, why it's interesting?
Certainly, Madam Chairwoman, Representative Kelly, from a legal standpoint, I'm not sure what good faith, I mean, I think there's probably a reasonable man standard associated with that. But I don't see that a lot in the education statutes where the requirement is a good faith effort. It's typically like what's in the seclusion restraint statutes where it's a hard timeline. You have to do it within, you have to do it by writing within a certain amount of time. That's generally how I see notification of parents in the education statutes. So it's an anomaly.
Other questions? I do have one just on the seclusion restraint. I know it mentions in there about teachers intervening in a fight. We're seeing, I think, a bit more of that than usual. Strange, though, it says holding the hand or the arm of a student to escort them if they are complying, but if they're not complying, is there an issue there with restraint that could cause some problems? Maybe kind of tags in there with what Senator Scott was talking about. And maybe the state school board folks would have maybe even some more to add to that.
Madam Chairwoman, I would leave that to the experts that administer this law every day.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yes, go ahead, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, can you speak to just generally, at least, of what might interplay here with some of the new parental rights statutes that we've passed in the last several years? If there's any way they would interact or supersede in terms of things like notice. And I'm not sure they do, but I think we might want to consider that, that kind of outside these statutes, but is something we've done specifically to address parental rights and notification. So I didn't know if you looked at that at all.
Tanya?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Lawley, that's a great question and one that I'm happy to report back to the committee after researching.
Thank
Any
you. That would
follow-up?
be- No, thank you, Madam Chairman. Appreciate that.
Any other questions for Tanya today? Okay, you got off the hook pretty easy this time.
We'll get her next.
Yes, I'm sure I'll be the more opportunities. So with that, we'll move forward with Dickie Shaner from Wyoming Department of Education. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, committee members. Dickie Shaner here, joined by our Chief Innovation Officer, Nathan Tedeschi. And we submitted a memo where Nate will start and talk a little bit about his time as a school principal in Cody and how this operationalizes in the school. And then I'll conclude with some remarks on the federal landscape.
Go ahead. Should I just call you Nathan? Because I'm not sure I can say that last name.
It's really Polish. You got to cough when you say it. It's hard to get out there.
I'll just say Nathan. How about that?
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. No, so in recent times, school discipline's become a major topic, both within the state and nationally. When we, and I'll talk about it later, when we did the work for the Retention and Recruitment Task Force, this was identified as an area teachers were very concerned with. And honestly, as a principal, it's been evolving over the past several years, both in the extreme senses, or the extreme sense of certain behaviors and the frequency of less extreme. It's one of those pieces, honestly, since COVID, you have seen an increase in just normal behavior from kids. As far as state law is concerned, you guys got a pretty extensive dive there, but the authority is heavily given to local districts. There are certain behaviors that are outlined. Again, you guys just got a dive there, but behavior procedures, policies, that's left up to local boards. What that looks like in a practical sense, though, at the building level, almost every school in our state has a behavior matrix that they use. And it's honestly simple. It's just a little box chart. Behaviors on one side, frequency across the top, and based on the number of times a specific behavior would be exhibited, that's the consequence that's used. And it does two things. One, it takes a lot of the judgment out of the situation. If we have classroom disruption as an example, that's a detention on the first instance, lunch detention, for example, could be an after school in the second. And as you progress through frequency, consequences the stakes get raised, essentially. The other piece it does, it guarantees consistency between circumstances. So it's not a piece where one kid gets one consequence and another kid gets another. There's a system that's at play that dictates these are what the consequences look like. To Representative Kelly's question earlier, for 504 and IEPs, there are protections laid out for students. So a specific example for a student with ODD, oppositional defiant, you would see defiance as a commonality. It doesn't exempt them from discipline, but it does limit the number of days that they would be suspended for, it's called a manifestation hearing. Once a student on an IEP hits 10 days, or anybody on the IEP team would want to call a manifestation hearing specific to the behavior, that IEP team would meet and determine whether or not the behavior that you're seeing is a result of the student's disability, or if this is separate from that.
Yes, go ahead.
Move your microphone.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Just a little quiet.
Is that a little
You
better?
have a nice, quiet voice.
A little better, yeah.
Sorry about that.
For a former principal.
It sounded loud to me.
Thank you.
But those protections are put in place so that we're not disciplining disabilities, we're disciplining behaviors. So a student that has Tourette's, for example, that tics would pop up in class, they're not going to get repeated consequences for profane language there's a plan in place that the IEP team would utilize to ensure that that kid's needs are getting met.
Questions for Nathan? Yes, Representative, go ahead. I'm not going to call you Clark, Representative Kelly. I'll get it right.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Earlier this year, I was called Representative Lewis, so now I've been Lewis and Clark.
Clark.
So concerning these behavior issues, it was mentioned that this is largely left to the local districts. Is there any suggestion for state statute, something the state can do that local districts cannot already handle on their own?
Nathan? Or Mr. Shaner, either one.
It's a good question, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Representative Kelly. To directly answer the question, the authority exists right now at the local level. What I'll touch on a little bit is that states are sort of jumping in and being more prescriptive in statute to ensure that locals are doing what they expect. So that's how I would describe the situation. There are states that are becoming way more prescriptive with law on this topic due to dissatisfaction with local enforcement.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So just to clarify then, the districts do have the authority to address these behavioral issues. You're saying that the state has the ability to step in if we don't feel they're doing it correctly or to a degree that would satisfy us. But ultimately, if they identify issues within the district, they do have the authority to address it.
Mr. Shaner?
Madam Chair, through you, Representative Kelly, yes. And I would say there's also a different angle to look at the state's role in this too, in terms of giving like legal cover, legal directive to a school district, taking some of that discretion out of their hands so that when the parents come to the trustees and the trustees come to the administrator can say, that's what statute says and that's why we did it that way. So that's another component of the discussion too.
Yes, go ahead, follow up, go ahead.
Thank you. So to clarify again, districts, although they have the authority, may be reluctant to take action due to fear of litigation, but if there's a statute backing them up, they're saying, we have to do this, it's state law.
Madam Chair, through you, Representative Kelly, that is definitely one component of this discussion.
Other questions?
Madam Co-Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And thank you for being here and from a practical on the ground kind of experience. And I have a question that has to do with, and I'm sure it varies by district, but the use of behavioral specialists and what role they can play, whether we should be considering that in terms of just resources provided for districts, because I know in the area of a grandson, it's on IEP, he has Down syndrome, and they work with behavioral specialists a lot in those situations. But more generally, as we're seeing this rise that you mentioned since COVID of specific behavioral issues, how are behavioral specialists used, and could we use them better to help train teachers, for example, to help troubleshoot unique situations, to try to use some techniques that might begin to help that student with that behavior in some way and work with parents if they desire. So could you talk about that a little bit for me?
Nathan or Mr. Shaner, take your pick.
Madam Chairman, through you, Senator, or Representative, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
The level of expertise that those people have is impressive. That's something that, as my time as a principal, is wildly beneficial. Essentially, what that looks like operationally, it's almost like a middleman. You'll have a student that they're struggling for whatever reason, whatever behavior problems there are. The way that we used ours, that behavior specialist was actually the first person that the student saw before they saw an administrator. And the reason for that was when you have a student that's escalated and they're removed from a classroom, generally they're not very receptive to feedback about their behavior in that moment. Behavior specialists are not only highly trained in behavior management, but de-escalation techniques to get a student to a point where, okay, let's talk about the behavior. Why are we doing this before you just go directly to consequence? That's the big benefit that I have seen in the way that we use them, is really you de-escalate the kid, you have that conversation, and when you get to the time that a consequence is going to be issued for the behavior, we're at a spot where we can have a conversation and the student can listen. When you administer the consequence and the student's escalated, generally you don't see just a change in the behavior because you gave a consequence.
Follow up, Representative, are you good?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I would like to follow up. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's been my experience as, again, a grandparent of a special needs student, but the effectiveness, not only for the teachers to be trained, but in some of those techniques too that help maybe de-escalate situations, for example, as you mentioned, and then even be willing to work with parents that may be struggling and often are with the same behavior at home to try to really help the family work through that to the extent they want that help, to the extent they see that as valuable. I mean, is that a kind of resource on the resource side we might need to be thinking about as we navigate this subject matter concerning how we handle these situations in terms of discipline? What are your thoughts about that in terms of, are there enough resources provided to address these issues currently? Or is there something we need to be thinking about there at the state level to really more address these issues in I think, a more effective long-term way? But what might be needed?
Nathan, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Representative, anything's within consideration. I will say that when we talk about behavior specialists, the majority of the time we're talking about somebody who's funded through special education. There is a limited amount of time that those specialists can spend with general ed students. So a service that honestly is beneficial to any student that's exhibiting those behaviors, you're limited in the amount of time that person can spend assisting with those kids. So it's beneficial. Obviously, these people are specialists. They're experts in their area. That not only are they assisting with the students in the moment, but they assist teachers in implementing new behavior management strategies, classroom management strategies. They're highly impactful. But to answer this specific question, there's a limited scope of who they're allowed to interact with.
Others? Yes, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman. To work.
There you go. You got it.
Okay. Madam Chairman, I've got a question for you and the co-chairman. Depending on the answer, I may have a question for these gentlemen. Is the chaos that's caused in classrooms by some of the cell phone use practices, is that under this rubric of disciplinary problems where we could get into and look at legislation in that area?
In my estimation, Senator Scott, it's a lot of the problem stems from that. And luckily, we do have some districts that are starting to get some policies. But I agree. I don't know, Co-Chairman.
Madam Co-Chairman, I think, if the question is that within the scope of our topic and can we address that with a bill, I think certainly we could.
Yeah. And so my question then for the Department of Education is, I've seen some recent newspaper articles on states that have legislated statewide bans on cell phone usage in the schools. To what extent are our districts proceeding on their own to deal with this issue? And is there need in Wyoming, in your judgment, for that kind of a ban at the state level?
Go ahead, Nathan.
Madam Chairman, Senator, I'll speak from my perspective. I won't speak for everybody. We had local policies specific to cell phone usage, and it was within the behavior matrix. If a student was on it and they weren't supposed to be on it, we addressed that behavior. One piece that we didn't necessarily go in on was prescribe per classroom what it would look like. And just as an example, we had students that in their digital media class they use their cell phone for that class. So we didn't go so far as to say nobody is allowed to use this, but we had a system of red card, yellow card, green card. Are you allowed to have it out? Yes or no? And we left that up to the teacher. If the teacher said, no, you're not allowed to have this, and they defied the teacher, that was a specific behavior within our behavior matrix that said that's willful defiance, and we're going to address that. But we didn't prescribe it per classroom.
Any follow-up on that?
Madam Chair, I would just.
Let's go ahead,
I would
Mr.
just
Shaner.
add, I believe over half the states right now have some sort of law related to devices, varying from a statewide prohibition on no devices, bell to bell, to prescripting to the district, you shall have a policy on devices. So I think there's a spectrum of what those laws look like, but at least half the states have taken some sort of action.
Follow-up, Senator Scott?
Yeah. Madam Chairman, the article I read, which was in the Wall Street Journal, essentially was saying that having a statewide ban had some real advantages, because then there wasn't a question of a matrix and do you have judgment, whatnot. You couldn't do it. And it was a fairly simple solution to the problem. And so I'm interested, Madam Chairman, in exploring that, and interested in to what extent our school districts are doing that already, or are they treating it on a case-by-case basis?
And just to tag along with that, Senator Scott, I mean, I did bring a cell phone bill last year, didn't get much traction in this, even though there was
Bill, too.
it obviously had some local control involved, and I've debated whether to bring it back if, I don't know if this committee would be interested in something like that, but if not, I probably will. Because I do think that's definitely a problem, and it does, tag right into our school discipline issues. So I do have one question, though, does anybody else have anything on that? Okay. You mentioned about the verbal abuse of teachers and how much that's, well, it's actually doubled, and acts of disrespect have doubled. And I'm just kind of wondering if the districts, if they update those district policies each year, if they talk to each other, visit with each other about what's your district doing to take care of these kinds of situations. Maybe you can talk about that.
Madam Chairman, the frequency at which districts update their policy, I can't speak to. That's individualized to the district. From the administrative perspective, we do have those conversations. And that's within the matrices, honestly, there's not that much of a degree of variance between buildings. I mean, you'll have a lunch detention here is an after-school detention there. But for the most part, those are fairly standard. And a reason for that is the amount that our administrators in the state collaborate with each other to have a common understanding of how are you dealing with this issue, this popped up, have you seen that before? I'll say that we have a very close-knit network of principals in Wyoming that those conversations are happening, and that's why I'd say you'd see fairly similar disciplinary practices across the board.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, gentlemen, appreciate it. Unless you have anything else you wanted to add. Mr.
Yeah,
Shaner, you look
thanks.
like you did.
Sure, Madam Chair, I'll just be brief. There's been quite a bit of federal engagement into the discipline topic over the last decade, starting with the Obama administration and now the Trump administration just recently doing an executive order on school discipline. And so there's more to come on that at the federal level that we'll obviously be monitoring and looking at. But one thing I wanted to offer to this committee is through the governor's office, Wyoming is a part of a consortium called the Education Commission of the States. And I spoke with them, and they would be willing to work with this committee staff department to do sort of a landscape grab of all of the sort of discipline, Teachers' Bill of Rights laws that are out there. And maybe we could work together with your team to come up with a synthesized summary of that information at your next meeting, if you think that would be helpful.
I think it would be. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up because I had just read that a little bit the other day about Trump's latest executive order, so appreciate that.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on, school district policies, Mr. Farmer and Mr. Brown. Dr. Brown, I guess. Keep forgetting to call you doctor. Welcome, gentlemen. Who's going to go first today?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Boyd Brown, Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of School Administrators. And we're going to kind of tag team, so I'll let Brian introduce himself.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Brian Farmer, the Executive Director for Wyoming School Boards Association. And just for the committee's background and information, this is a topic that we spend a great deal of time at providing advice, information, and resource to districts across the state. There's everything from legal considerations to operational considerations to behavioral considerations. So lots of different disciplinary best practices to be considering. But I think the most important perspective Dr. Brown is well qualified to provide, and that's the boots on the ground perspective. And so Dr. Brown has been superintendent of both Wyoming's largest school district and Wyoming's smallest school district. So having that variety of perspective and knowing that not all of our school districts are facing the same issues or in the same way or have the same resources to address issues is very important. So Dr. Brown?
Yeah, so I guess one of the things that I would say as a building and district administrator, one of the things we try to do is met out discipline based on the age appropriateness and developmental appropriateness, as well as if the student is on a federal IEP or 504. So I think looking at all of that in the whole is kind of where districts try to be. Every district that I've been part of has a disciplinary matrix, just like we were talking about earlier. Now, that doesn't look the same at every level. I would tell you that kindergarten students, it's usually not a student issue if a student is truant. But at the secondary level, whenever they get a car or they have a motorcycle or something, it is a student issue. So I think you have to look at all of that in whole as to how you're going to deal with it. Again, we want to have it progressive. We want it to be as positive as we can to change their behavior. Sometimes consequences aren't the thing that will change their behavior, but a positive intervention may help do that. So I think districts look at that and try to do the best that they can to work with students from that kindergarten level all the way through a 21-year-old, knowing that the different things may work with each one of them. So I think each district does that. We try to do a great job of having that information online, so each student handbook is online for everyone. In the districts that I've been in, all three of the districts, we looked at our discipline matrix on a yearly basis. Usually looked at it at the elementary level, the middle level, and the high school level, although whenever I was in Claremont, it was K-12 for all 98 students, so it was probably a little more geared towards a school rather than the different levels. Again, I think when it comes down to expelling a student, there are a lot of different options out there for districts at this point. You can expel a student and allow them to be in a virtual program where they're not around students or anything. Some of the behaviors that we wind up dealing with at school don't happen at school, especially with some of the electronic devices and then other things that happen and then carry over into school, and we have to deal with those as well. So I think the idea of where school districts are at and listening to Senator Scott's issue about the teacher who may have broken up a fight, there are so many things that go into that. I'm almost certain that you would look at your legal team to give you some advice on that, or at least I would have if I were in that situation and doing an investigation on exactly what happened. So it's hard to say we would do it one way or another, but you have to do the investigation and get the facts out there. Usually whenever you have an issue that involves staff members, it's not your staff who sometimes does that. You ask your attorney or ask your attorney to find somebody to do that investigation, so it's not seen as one-sided. So I guess there's just a lot of things that go into discipline. Again, We do have the federal laws and having to have an MDT, a manifest determination meeting if a student is on a 504 or an IEP, if you're going to suspend them for more than 10 days. So I guess just want to put that perspective out there. I think for the most part, your administrators out there want to support their teachers. And I know that our teachers try to do the best job that they can. The idea of behavioral interventionists is really important. It not only sometimes de-escalates the student, it also de-escalates the teacher sometimes. Sometimes the teacher needs a little time to de-escalate from the situation. And I will admit that even as a parent, there were times whenever I needed to de-escalate a little bit whenever I was dealing with my kids. So I think they are very beneficial. But like was stated, most of the time we're using special ed dollars, which are 100% reimbursed or federal, to hire those people. So having some more resources in the general ed might be good for us. Brian, thoughts from you?
Madam Chair, I think to the questions that were asked before, there are some important additions that we would make. And the first of those is with regard to special education and the manifestation hearing. Essentially, anytime a student who is on the IEP or under the 504 plan is involved in a behavioral situation or a disciplinary situation, there is the manifestation hearing to determine whether or not the disability or the condition contributed to the disciplinary infraction. If it is determined that it did contribute to the disciplinary infraction, then it doesn't mean that the kid gets off. It means that certain considerations must be taken into account as to how you then deal with behavior based on that. If the determination is that the behavior was not a result of the special need of the student, then discipline proceeds normal. It proceeds under the normal course of action. And so that manifestation hearing is really a determination of whether or not a person's behavioral issue is the result of a special need. And if it is, then we go down one route. If it's not, then we go down sort of the normal route. When we talk about suspensions and expulsions, I think it is very important to understand that there is a due process right that belongs to the student. And so we're going through an articulated process of sort of what do we deal with discipline. And there are some acronyms that you're going to hear from time to time about how to deal with discipline. And I think most districts are going to deal with the idea that discipline is best dealt with at the point closest to the behavioral infraction. So if the classroom teacher, the bus driver, the nutrition services person can deal with the behavioral infraction at that point, then we need to be sure that we have our staff appropriately trained and that they're aware of the procedures to be used by the districts. So sometimes you'll hear things like a positive behavioral intervention system, PBIS. The idea in that sort of approach is that oftentimes you're looking at how can I positively guide the child's behavior. And so if you think about say a high school kid who is acting out and really just wants kicked out of school. Yeah, suspend me because that's what I want. That's not necessarily in the child's best educational interest. And so if you can respond with positive guidance to that behavior, then you look at what is the least restrictive environment that the student can be in to maintain that learning in order to provide the student with the free and appropriate educational service that they are entitled to under the law. So it is a consideration of every student and that student's behavior and that circumstance and that behavioral infraction of the student. Another term that you'll oftentimes hear is a multi-tiered system of support. And that notion of a multi-tier system of support is the idea that we're going to look at different progressive steps of discipline to try to address behavioral infractions. So a kid who's acting out might have an initial a verbal reprimand, knock it off, do something different. And then the behavioral consequences might be higher based on either the severity of the infraction or the repetition or the frequency of the infraction. And so oftentimes considering student behavior is down to the professional considering how do I manage a student in my classroom, thinking about that personal process. So I would say probably 90% of the time, it's the routine student discipline sort of stuff. And that regular student discipline is taking up a fraction of time. What we're seeing increase is the severe instances of behavioral infraction that are taking more time. That more time being because of the severity of the student misbehavior, the frequency of the student misbehavior, and sometimes even the degree to which the parent is involved or not involved, whether that involvement be threats of litigation or supporting student misbehavior, or just the inaction or inattention of a parent or guardian. I think when we think about it, we think about sort of the traditional mom and dad and kid and how that works, but some of our students live in a very different environment where it's difficult to even determine who has guardianship of this child. How do we relate with a disciplinary situation? What happens when we have a split custody situation and there are sort of two different individuals that are guiding and controlling the student's behavior from the parental standpoint? So it is that smaller piece that is taking more time that is becoming the biggest challenge in managing student behaviors. I think Senator Scott also talked about a situation involving an individual and an intervention in a situation. And one of the very first things that popped into my mind is if this situation dealt with harassment or something, sexual harassment or discrimination, then now you have Title IX comes into play. And so your federal regulation is guiding sort of disciplinary action. And there is a very prescribed process under Title IX for dealing with things, ultimately designed to protect the rights of a student, requiring a long procedural approach from a school district. And so if that happens to come into play, then you don't have oftentimes the ability for the immediate action that perhaps you want to take. Oftentimes there is the ability to, or not oftentimes, always there is the ability to deal with immediate safety issues. You can do that. But in terms of how do we get to the end consequence of dealing with something, we have a situation where maybe the teacher doesn't want to see the student or be around the student because of a harassing behavior from the student, but you're balancing now the student's right to be at school with the teacher that has to interact. How do you separate that? How do you create that barrier? And so it's oftentimes a balancing of rights, whether it is from something very procedural like Title IX down to just the ordinary everyday sort of balancing of rights. Madam Chairman, we could either pause and respond to questions from you, or if you would like us to jump into more on seclusion and restraint, we're prepared to do that as well.
Are there any questions right now from the committee? Yes, go ahead. Senator, which senator wants to go first? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do have a couple of questions, and really what it comes down to is kind of, from your perspective, what we at the state level should be considering as actions that would be helpful. And so what that comes down to is, what is lacking in statute, what authorities for school districts are lacking that would be helpful and beneficial. At the same time, what might we have in statute that is holding back our districts from being able to implement more effective policies and inappropriate ways. And at the same time, as we contemplate that, what have other states done that might be more effective than the things that we are currently doing? And I realize other states may have taken action, but it doesn't mean those other states' actions are good actions. So what are actions that have proven to be effective in the interest of the students and in the interest of our teachers and the interest of our schools and education system that we might see in other states? Just because there's a problem doesn't necessarily mean that the legislature is the appropriate vehicle for solving it, but I think it would be important for us to hear where we should be looking as a legislature, as opposed to where the districts should be looking for solutions and are already empowered to make those solutions. So do you have any thoughts on what we should look at maybe adding in, what we should look at taking out, and what we should be looking to other states for?
Madam Chair, I'll start, and then I'm sure Dr. Brown has thoughts. To that last question first, I think one of the best answers really is a recalibration question. If you remember, Dr. Pikus and Dr. Auden in their last recalibration report made recommendations for elementary counselors. And I think having that support, the mental health supports, throughout the system is very important. You heard earlier about behavioral intervention specialists, and the notion of an behavioral intervention specialist can be anything from a paraeducator who has minimal training but is assigned to be a one-on-one aid to a student, to somebody that has extensive training in student behavioral management, perhaps background in psychology, that is providing more guidance to districts for interventions. But having those elementary school counselors to be sort of a building level resource to assist in providing help to our elementary schools, that would be a positive step. And then I know we look at calendars and think about, gosh, we'd like to trim down calendar days, but frankly, the time for training and support to teachers is important in terms of providing that not just one time a year, but throughout the year, as perhaps we're experiencing challenges, to have that time for the training and the direction to staff during professional development days is oftentimes beneficial to a school, a just-in-time response, to respond to our need right away. I would say the biggest impediments really are legal not state statute impediments, but litigation impediments. Everything that you do in a disciplinary action is preparing for litigation. From dealing with the breaking up a fight to dealing with serious instances of harassment or bullying or those kinds of things. You're looking to follow both your policy as a district, but also being sure that you're accounting for the due process right of the student, making sure that you have adequate communication with a parent or guardian, and that you're doing these things in accordance with the rule in place. The biggest impediments come from that sort of procedural impact. Just by way of example, with the last Title IX rule rewrite, there was one aspect of the Title IX rule rewrite that people really disliked, the stuff that came out of the Biden administration that had to deal with gender issues. And that was a piece that folks weren't real happy about. And so they said, well, let's throw out this new revision to Title IX. The problem was the majority of the rule revision got rid of those procedural constraints. It relaxed the procedural constraints. And so when this rule got thrown out, we were back to a very complicated federal policy of how do you move through this serious instance of harassment and discrimination that requires multiple perspectives and people that aren't involved. And sometimes when you have our very small school districts, that means that they're hiring personnel from outside of the school system to help to manage these behavioral issues or these behavioral problems, simply to follow a federally required process.
Any other follow-up?
Thank you. I do have more follow-up, and I was going to get to litigation, actually. That was my next question, but I wanted to hear from Boyd to see if he had any thoughts on this first
Brown?
part of the question.
Madam Chair, Senator Rothfuss, I would agree that probably the most difficult things to follow are making sure that we're following the federal statutes and laws. I do believe that the current statute that remands the discipline to the districts is being followed by districts. I think they're doing the best job that they can. I think that, as Nathan said, that we have a close-knit group in Wyoming, and we work together to try to do things. Now, that doesn't mean that things always happen the way they're supposed to. And so we probably have some issues. I can go either way on the cell phone issue. I do believe that most of our districts have a no cell phone issue at the K through 6 or K through 5 area, usually all the way through middle school. But in high school, as Nathan said, sometimes you want them to have that device as a tool to be able to use it in the learning, and not only just to film a presentation or something. So I think districts can work through that most of the time. I would say that frequently dealing with issues regarding cell phones and social media, most of that, I shouldn't say most, frequently it doesn't happen at school. It happens outside of school hours when we wouldn't be in charge of it anyway, but it does bring it back into the school because of the way the students are reacting to each other during the school day. So we have to deal with it. So I don't see a cell phone ban being a panacea that's going to solve all that. And I think the idea of just the legislature talking about supporting teachers and supporting teachers in what they need to do is important. I think that message from our legislators is important. I think sometimes teachers feel like they're never doing enough to be there. And I don't think that's something that you guys are trying to do, but it seems like when you have all the different things that come out every once in a while, I think they feel that way. So again, I think this current statute that we have that allows districts to put together a good discipline plan works well. Again, I think one of the toughest things to keep up with is trying to make sure that we're doing what we need to do for federal statutes.
Okay, quick follow-up on litigation. So on the litigation question, obviously, we can't change anything at the federal level. That's always been our challenge. But I am curious about litigation at the state level. I know that this is something that factors into decisions and might be a challenge, even getting to what Senator Scott was describing, right? Litigation ends up being an important part in something like that. And I think the fears of the district of what the litigation outcomes could be tend to persuade decisions that might not be what the school wants to do, but what they feel like they should do to get out of litigation. Is there anything at the state level that we could potentially do to provide better protections for our teachers or our schools on a litigation basis, recognizing that a lot of that litigation does come down at the federal level, but perhaps not all of it? Any better protections that we could put in place?
Dr. Brown?
I'm going to go ahead and let Brian, he's got a little more law background, and then I'll give you a practical look at that.
Mr. Farmer?
Madam Chair, I think that's difficult because even when we have great laws, the threat of litigation is ever present. And so when we say that you're always preparing for litigation, a very common example is students engage in behavior. One student is bullying another. Brian's bullying Boyd. And so Boyd's parents are like, we want that bully taken care of. We want to make sure that Brian is suspended or whatever. And the problem is Boyd's parents will make complaints about Brian the bully, but Boyd's parents are never going to be able to know that the district took action against Brian. That's because the student has the privacy right to protect the action taken against me as a student. And so in that sort of scenario, we oftentimes hear, well, the school district didn't do anything. And I think that's one of our biggest frustrations, is hearing that the school district isn't doing something, when oftentimes there are behavioral approaches that are being taken care of, but we're not able to talk about that. We're not able to talk about, and again, that comes down to FERPA or student privacy right. So even when you have the good protections in place in state law, you come back up against some of those either case law or federal law sort of situations that make it challenging. But your question's a really good question that we would be happy to take back to our school districts and ask them to think about that, because they, I don't know, have really come forward. That's not something we've heard percolating up, saying, hey, if we just did this, it would make things easier. I will also say, when we deal with something like cell phone bans, on a certain level, there's a common sense piece to that. But oftentimes for us, it's very important that stakeholders have an opportunity for input into decisions. And so what do parents want? Should parents have a voice in that cell phone policy? Because if it's dealing with picking a kid up for a medical appointment, if it's dealing with connecting with a parent for after-school activities, we see so many different situations across Wyoming that parents may have an interest, that what we think is a pretty good idea is best to get the input from stakeholders first and then model a policy based on that stakeholder input. So we can do that good action, but we do it in a context that makes sense for our community with the input of our local stakeholders.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of for everyone that has testified so far, and I appreciate Senator Rothfuss bringing this up about what can we actually do and how can we drill this down to what are you seeing, and I know we all want to dive into these different subjects. However, I maybe instead of such a high perspective view, a little bit on the lower and teacher to teacher and in the trenches, are you getting anything that they say, we've got to see this changed when it comes to discipline? I mean, are they, maybe we need some of the state folks, what are they hearing also? Because, these are great things: behavior specialists, litigation issues, following federal laws, cell phone, supporting teachers. And, my question comes to, well, what can we do as a group? Because I think we're all very interested in doing that. What are some of those lower level issues and ideas that we could really wrap our hands around and make some difference on?
Either one of you want to think about that, or do you have some ideas?
Chairman Schuler, Representative, I think that, again, I think that we have good statutes out there, especially about school districts and teachers. As long as there's no negligence, there's tort issues out there. I think that Wyoming has really done a pretty darn good job with all that. As far as the legislature being able to affect some of that, I think it's much easier to affect it at the local level, where a teacher goes and talks to their administrator, or a group of teachers go and talk with their superintendent. You work through the process of putting a policy in place at your local level to make sure that that's where you need to be. And I think the idea of being able to do everything freely there is where our hands are tied a little bit with some of the federal laws. I would say that our state statutes allow us to deal with it usually fairly easily. So I guess that's where I would be at with that.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I would say, again, there are oftentimes well-intentioned rules that can have unforeseen consequences. So you talked in your legal review about student bringing a weapon to school and that being a infraction for mandatory suspension. And so when we're talking about a gun, that can be a very serious sort of issue. But across Wyoming, a kid who brings a hunting knife, or frankly, even a knife to cut your lunch, is that a weapon? And if that's a weapon, is that an infraction that requires the suspension of a student? And so we have to be very careful that we don't do something that just sounds good, like, hey, a kid that brings a weapon to school is a mandatory expulsion, to say a kid that brings a gun to school is a mandatory expulsion. But when we think about what is a weapon, what could be used as a weapon, then what are the other instances where we might have unforeseen consequences to hard and fast rules? And that's why having flexibility at a local level can be really important, so that you can have sort of that common sense application. A kid in Claremont that brings a hunting knife to school might have just been an accident because they were out hunting. Boyd oftentimes talks about going hunting on breaks when he was going to school in Midwest and had a little lunch break, so go do a quick hunt and then come back to school in the afternoon. Some of our communities are like that. Here in Casper or in Cheyenne, perhaps it's a little different, but understanding the child, understanding the context of what these things are happening in is important. So even when we do good and well-intentioned things, being sure that we give some flexibility for a local interpretation or a local application that, again, includes individual considerations as well as stakeholder considerations.
All right, if there's no other questions, you're good? All right. You had a little bit more information on seclusion. Oh, sorry, Senator Scott, did I forget you? My bad.
One further question. It sounds like a lot of the procedural problems we've got in the disciplinary area are as a result of the federal laws. And I think I heard that from the testimony from you and some of the others. There's talk of abolishing the Federal Department of Education. Are those proposals far enough along so we can say, will the federal problems that are being created by this get abolished along with that? Or is that something that's independent?
Either one of you want to take that on?
Madam Chairman. Yes, I would say that as we consider either the downsizing or the dissolution of the Federal Department of Education, a lot is going to depend on whether pieces are out and out abolished or pieces are transferred to other agencies. And so when you have something like Title IX, a very specific procedure that articulates a cumbersome process, if the agency goes away, then the federal regulation more than likely goes away along with that, though that's not abundantly clear. It would be helpful if they would abolish the federal regulation as well. However, if it simply transfers from one agency to another agency, then it just shifts from where the bad master is, one agency to another. So there is not clarity that, hey, if Department of Education goes away, we get rid of cumbersome regulation. We might not know exactly where that's going to.
Dr. Brown, anything that you'd want to add to that?
Madam Chair, I guess I would echo what Brian said, and the people that we have at the federal level are telling us that they're not exactly sure. There are rumors out there that if the Federal Department of Education goes away, that special ed will be transferred to a different area and there won't be any changes there. And then 2 weeks later, they're not sure that that's exactly how that's going to happen. So I think depending, there are a lot of different agencies at the federal level that they've said that they may move things to, and then there's the whole idea that they are going to get rid of the Federal Department of Education totally and all of the rules. So again, I don't have a good crystal ball on that, but I think it's something that we have to watch as we move forward.
Madam Chair, there is one area where I think we're already seeing some reduction, and that is with the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. As OCR has been downsized, the Office of Civil Rights has been fairly active at providing guidance to districts, often by way of dear colleague letters or other guidance from that entity. With the downsizing of the Office of Civil Rights, it's anticipated that there will be less. I think the height of activity of OCR was perhaps during the Obama administration. So since that time, under both Trump administrations, as well as during the Biden administration, there was a relaxation of directive from OCR. But to be clear, there is U.S. Department of Education guidance, there is OCR guidance, there is FERPA, which is the Federal Education Privacy Law, there is IDEA, which is the Special Education Law, there is legislation around 504, which is other disability-related legislation. So it's not entirely clear what will be reduced, but the reduction of OCR can be tremendous. The amount of what was happening during the Obama administration was significant and has been reduced.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I wanted to go back just a little bit. One thing you guys mentioned was something called the Teacher's Bill of Rights, and I've heard that referenced quite a few times, and I'm wondering if you can expand upon what that is. Is it a piece of national legislation, or is it something specific you are envisioning?
Mr. Farmer?
Madam Chair, so I think the mention probably first came from Department of Education as they talked about this being sort of trend legislation in other states. The notion being that the legislature articulate certain protections or certain directives that guide practices to protect teachers. I know WEA is more deeply versed in this and would be probably your best entity to answer that. I would say model legislation can potentially be helpful, but it'd be really important to, once again, vet that through stakeholders and make sure that there aren't unintended consequences from model legislation. That type of legislation has been adopted by a number of states, and sometimes in very prescriptive language and sometimes in broader, more flexible language that allows for local guidance. But I do know that it is possible to provide you with further information on that. I don't have it at my fingertips, but I do know that WEA has information. We've had some conversations with them about that.
Anything else? Any follow-up?
Madam
great.
Chair.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Didn't see your hand up there. Go ahead, Representative. Just wave. You're on.
No, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Farmer, I want to kind of go back to what we were discussing earlier about the potential changes in the Department of Education, whether that's from abolishment to reassignment to restructuring to whatever it ends up being. Would you say it's fair to say that many of the things that you mentioned that were statutorial would not be affected by an executive order of a president that has to do with the restructuring of a department? Those are statutory, and those can only be amended or repealed through the act of Congress. So the basic backdrop statutorily for example, special education, is not going to change through a restructuring, although some of the rules and policies might be affected. Is that a fair statement?
Madam Chair. That is a fair statement with one important exception, and that is federal regulation. So anything that is in the CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, has the same force and effect as law. So that was something codified by the agency through agency process. And again, it is really unclear what would happen if a federal agency goes away. The language remains codified in the CFR, but the authority of the agency to enforce that has perhaps diminished. And so that's the one area that becomes problematic. When it is guidance, so Department of Education guidance, or OCR guidance, the Office of Civil Rights guidance. The OCR guidance is particularly scary because it's under threat of litigation. The OCR has the authority to come in and sue the district on behalf of the student or on behalf of parents. And so districts are complying with OCR guidance really under the passive threat of litigation. So when that agency goes away, the guidance goes away, or an agency is diminished, its ability to enforce that certainly goes away. But your primary vehicles for language being things like IDEA, which is the disability law, the 504 law, or FERPA, the student privacy law, are all statutory, but you will also find CFR regulation in a lot of those areas to further the statutory language.
Follow up?
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I do agree with it. But can you, again, I'm just trying to draw some lines here because we could listen to this and think everything would be right now in chaos, which is not really true. There's a lot of unknowns for sure, but we do have some things like the statutory framework is not affected by an executive order. And then I just want to ask one follow-up concerning the CFR, and what do you understand to be the process for, again, repealing any of those regulations or amending those regulations? I mean, there is a process involved there. Can you share with us any understanding of that process?
Mr. Farmer?
Madam Chair, first to the very first comment that you made, and I think it's an important one to understand. Many of the executive orders that have come out of the administration right now are directives to federal agencies. So they're directives to federal agencies, federal entities in their implementation of the law. So the federal executive order that has to do with elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that directs the federal agency to reduce or eliminate behaviors and practices. And then that federal agency then through either funding or guidance will pass that on to a district. It is not direct from the federal administration to the district. So that's a very important piece that Representative Lawley touched on lightly. The process of the abolition of a federal regulation really is through the Federal Administrative Procedure Act, which again is a long drawn out process that's essentially a step of revocation of it. It requires the agency to forward notice that they intend to abolish or revoke an opportunity for public comment on the revocation of that rule, and then ultimately the withdrawal or the order to abolish, eliminate, reduce, whatever that regulation. So it does require agency action to initiate that, and certainly could be done in a broad stroke. You know, if you're closing down a Department of Education, you could say it is our intention to revoke all federal regulations on the part of the Department of Education. Anything that is to be reestablished under a new entity, you know, if IDEA goes to Department of Health and Human Services, they can issue their own regulations, potentially even beginning with emergency regulations. So It is something that has steps. It is certainly easier to revoke than it is to create. But the fundamental components are notice of action and opportunity to be heard. And under the Federal Administrative Procedures Act, that opportunity to be heard is what takes time.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Did you have a few other things you wanted to wrap up real quick with, or are you good?
Madam Chair, I think we would just, at this time, refer you to a PowerPoint that we provided for the committee. The Legislative Service Office asked us to provide some information around seclusion and restraint. I believe that you're capable of reviewing that on your own. But essentially, that is the components that would go into a school district policy around the issue of seclusion and restraint. So again, we talk about addressing behavioral on sort of a continuum, the least amount of intervention necessary. So you don't jump right to the issue of seclusion and restraint. Something has to build up to that point of deciding to do that. Now, Madam Chairman, on the PowerPoint, there is a slide toward the beginning of that that does point out that all school districts in Wyoming have their policies on their website. We've provided a single site that you can go to click on and say, I want Albany County's policies. But from the website, you can get any school district's policies. They are available on the website. Every district has been through the process of promulgating a policy on seclusion and restraint. Anytime a policy involves the rights of other individuals, then adoption of that policy should follow the Administrative Procedures Act. So whether we call it a rule or a policy, if it's going to be something that involves the rights of others, then it must follow the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act. What's important about that is, once again, stakeholder input. So you give notice of a policy to be adopted, and then you have an opportunity for stakeholders to comment on that, and then you respond as to how have we addressed any stakeholder comments. And then if you are going to make substantial change to a policy, a material change, then you have to go back through that stakeholder input sort of process. That's why we get really nervous when you're in March and you're saying we must adopt a policy by July 1st, because we're trying to work our calendar backwards from July 1st to provide this period of notification in building a policy that says, Mom and Dad, hey, if you have an interest in this, you're going to have a chance to give your comments in this. And so every district has been through that process with seclusion and restraint. It does follow the the Chapter 42 rules from the Department of Education. Some very important components about that, again, have to do with the training of individuals that are going to engage in this type of physical intervention, the periods of time for which intervention can be taken, and notice and communication with parents about interventions that are taken. And so you'll see all of those in the PowerPoint. It really is just what is required in Chapter 42. And I will also tell you that this is something that the Department of Education reviews through the accreditation process. So they're coming to check on the district to make sure that the district has something in place that does follow the law. So we won't go through that PowerPoint, but happy to answer any questions about it.
Senator Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a couple of questions, because I did look through this PowerPoint a little bit, and on slide 7 of the PowerPoint, it talks about the prohibited practices. But could you just maybe briefly go through some of the, what is most oftentimes used for seclusions and restraints, the most commonly, and then how often, like, are these used and in what type of circumstances?
Mr. Farmer?
So, Madam Chair, I think those are good questions. First of all, I would say that seclusion and restraint is a practice of last resort. That's where you're going to engage when nothing else is working. And so the intervention is usually something where you're going to have your specially trained personnel. MANT is oftentimes the process used, and I know that's a commonality between healthcare and school districts, is that that's one of a couple of different processes for control, for physical intervention. And it is a process that is designed to protect the student and to protect others. It is a type of physical restraint to have the least amount of damage to the individual. And so I think you in your prohibited practices, things like prohibiting prone restraints are intended to say, hey, when a person is in that positional restraint, you want to be careful about things like obstruction of an airway or the any type of physical harm that's going to come to the individual. It is oftentimes a team response. So MANT, again, being something where the physical restraint, you'll have sort of the first initial responder that responds with sort of an arm held from the individual from behind, and then others that are looking at other limbs or other things for restraint. More often than not, you're going to find this type of practice being more prevalent in, say, one of the residential facilities for the BOCES. Because when a kid gets to that point of needing that kind of activity, then you're looking at how compatible is it for the student to be in the traditional classroom environment? Do they need a special environment for that type of restraint? I think, again, having a school nurse that is a person that's involved, that can help to respond to situations, that can sort of supervise that and to check in on the child. But you're only going to have those folks that have been specifically trained in the practice to engage and to ensure that the student is appropriately restrained. Outside of the residential setting, you're really not talking about chemical restraint or something like that. That's not something that you're going to engage in. And typically, even within a residential facility, that's not something that you're typically going to see. So we're really looking at just how do we get the kid to physically calm down so that they can then take control of their own behavior again. I would just say that it is a very rare occurrence, but every now and again you have a child that has that behavioral disorder that is going to find themselves exploding or out of control, and you're going to try the other interventions first, and then when you get to the point where behavior is no longer able to be controlled and it is a danger to themselves or to others, then you'll consider the team response to intervene physically.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and wrap up this section. We're running we're a little bit ahead of time, but we are going to still have some time for public comment. We thank you guys. The handout was extremely helpful. Appreciate that. And I actually went to a couple of my districts to take a look at their policies, so I appreciate that. So thank you for your comments. And we are going to have a few folks that are, actually Senator Brennan brought this to my attention, that she went to a couple of, actually just one district in Douglas, and got a chance to see what they're doing in terms of bar. And I think we have a few folks here, and I'm not sure who they are, I haven't met them, that would like to talk a little bit about the bar.
Madam Chairman, they are all online.
They're all online.
If it's okay with you, I'm letting them in now.
Okay, and we'll let them introduce themselves before we take public comment on this section. If you could keep it fairly succinct, we're just a little bit, not behind, but we're almost there. So I don't want to really rush you, but if you could just be fairly succinct with your comments. Appreciate what you have to say, though. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Schuler and Mr. Chairman Andrew. If it's okay, I think I'll kick things off and I will absolutely be brief. I really appreciate your attention today. So my name is Angela Jerbeck. I'm the Executive Director and the developer of BAR. It's a pleasure to talk to you today, both about, you talk about student discipline, but I know you're also talking about teacher retention, and BAR addresses both in terms of how it is originated, but also in terms of the outcomes we have. So the piece is I developed BAR when I was a high school counselor. I had 5 years in a row that students had failed courses, and I will tell you, our climate was challenging in terms of student discipline. So I decided to resign, as sadly so many of our teachers do. I thought, I'm not being successful, the students aren't being successful, so I went to the principal to say, I'm going to resign. And he quickly reframed things and said, this isn't just our school, this is happening across the nation. About half the 9th graders fail a course. And when you have students who are disengaged in academics, you also see a lot of these other issues in terms of what's happening in the school. And he really challenged me to come up with a new way of doing this. And so I will tell you, at the time, I had a 4-year-old daughter and a 6-month-old son, and it's summer vacation, and I'm looking at these failures, and I'm feeling discouraged, and my 6-month-old son sitting in my lap, and my 4-year-old daughter grabbed a handful of crayons and chose to take a bite out of the crayons. I got to tell you, at that point, I'm like, wow, professionally, things aren't going well. Parenting's not going well. So I proceeded to call my grandmother, because that feels like the right thing to do. And my grandmother immediately launched into the fact that my 4-year-old daughter had been at Sunday school the week before, and she was helping a girl who was really shy, and she was really brave on the monkey bars, as well as she was continuing to just thrive. And she kept going, she was all there plus. And all of a sudden I realized,
whoops.
in math, was doing really well in English, was involved in French, and nobody else knew those pieces of information. So I kept thinking, if in fact we could actually have everybody have information, we would be able to serve our kids better. And so BAR stands for Building Assets, Reducing Risks. I put it in place, and we are the most researched model in the country. The outcomes are, yes, student discipline is both reduced, teacher retention is increased. So we continue to have the ability to show that if our staff has this information, they can continue to serve in a really remarkable way. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over. We have 5 schools here that have just started implementing BAR, but I would love to hear their experiences, and I really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who are we going to hear from first?
Hello, Madam Chair. I'm Heidi Fickner. We're going to hear from Moorcroft Secondary first.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm Heidi Fickner, as I introduced myself. I am a school counselor here at Moorcroft Secondary, and I am also the school's BAR coordinator. Here with me, I have Amy Roselle and Tessa Garman, who are both teachers in our secondary as well. We were approached to pilot, or to be one of the schools to pilot the BAR program. And when we were approached, they were talking to us about all of the outcomes that they have been seeing through the years with other schools using BAR. So student discipline decreases, or student behavior referrals decrease, and increase in our scores, state scores, and overall positive culture, something that we really wanted to cultivate here in Moorcroft. And so we went ahead and said, yes, we want to do that. And then we became a little bit hesitant because we're thinking to ourselves, okay, what is this going to be like? Is it going to be just another program? Is it going to be too much on our teachers' already full plates? Are we going to be able to implement this with fidelity? We didn't know what to expect, but our hesitations were quickly met with support from our BAR team and our coach. And I want to make this brief because I know we are running out of time here, but I just want to share a couple pieces of data that we've already seen in just one semester of implementing BAR. In one semester, we have seen our failure rates in the junior high drop by 11%. We had 14% of our 7th and 8th graders failing in the 23-24 school year. And this year we had 3%. And in fact, with our 7th graders, we had 98% of our 7th grade students finishing with a C or better in their final grades. In addition, we have had some really positive things in our culture of our school, and I'm going to have Mrs. Roselle talk about an example of one of our students, student M. And I think it's important to share this specific example because it's what BAR does. And student M is a student who remained invisible for the last couple years. He didn't want to talk. He would barely raise his head in the hallway. He never really responded to us when we would try to talk with him. He was a student that was getting lost, and I was terrified that one day I would be coming to school and find out we had lost him. And in the last 9 weeks, we have had a tremendous turnaround for this young man. And it was just an incredible story that also shares with the students who have also kind of helped this young man blossom. So Mrs. Roselle.
Hi. We just, through BAR, we found ways to connect with this student and as teachers and with his peers. And one example is I'm a PE teacher and they had to run the mile. And semester 1, it took him 30 minutes. He walked the whole time. And semester 2, to do it, he ran with his peers the whole time. And he was a lap behind, and a group of students ran out and they all ran with him. And just the look on his face was awesome.
We saw one of our students, one of the more popular students, actually seek him out during lunch to sit with him, to get him more engaged, that he'd go and sit with him during assemblies, and started seeking him out to be his partner in classes. And it started bringing this culture of the students recognizing everyone each as an individual and honoring who they were on a deeper level. We also saw this student, or some of our students, recognizing when a student wasn't there. He had some attendance issues, and towards the end of the semester, they would say, "Oh, where's the student? We miss him. We love him. We think he's so great." And he ended up having conversations with us, talking with us, and we learned so much more about him. He has a really tough home life, and just seeing him flourish and come out of his shell, and going from having 5 failed courses last year to passing with middle D's and higher was fantastic. And so when we're talking about this model, we really think that this is the foundation of it is building relationships. And for students to thrive, we need to build relationships. And BAR provides that framework that helps build those relationships and helps schools become effective and efficient in reaching all students and helping them all to thrive. So thank you. We enthusiastically support BAR model and the effective prevention model to address student discipline, teacher engagement, and student success.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and committee. I am Jamie Miller, and I am the instructional coach and co-BAR coordinator at Douglas Upper Elementary. And I have a crew with me. They are going to introduce themselves.
I'm Katie Atkinson. I am the school counselor here at DEWS and BAR co-coordinator with Mrs. Miller.
I'm Haveley Bower-Sachs, and I'm a 4th grade classroom teacher here at Douglas Upper Elementary.
And I am Brent Moser, also a 4th grade classroom teacher here at Douglas Upper Elementary.
And it is certainly a pleasure for us to speak to your committee today. We want to share a small little glimpse about our first year implementation on our BAR journey. And we have similar stories to what Moorcraft shared about students reaching out to other students to help them feel connected. Our stories will be a little bit different, but this year BAR has allowed our school discipline to focus on more of a proactive approach rather than being reactive with students. We were able to accomplish this by building positive relationships with students each and every day. And then together, our teams work together to focus on student strengths in order to help them overcome the challenges that they were facing, whether that might be something at home, it might be the death of a parent, it might be attendance, any kind of issue that students had. Our teachers came together to work to implement some strategies to help kids be successful. So we're going to share a couple of those stories with you this morning.
So I had a student this year who was really struggling to get to school and have a good attendance record. Within the first half of the year, he missed almost 21% of his schooling. And so BAR was kind of a powerful tool to be able to connect with that student and set up some strategies to try and get him to school more consistently. And through the conversations that we had with my team and the student, we were able to set up a plan, which was actually very simple. And it was based on some positive strategies that built on his strengths. And through that, he was able to get to school a little bit more often. And he was actually coming to school to meet his goal that we set together, which was just simply reading Harry Potter together. So coming to school 5 days a week in order to read for 15 minutes together, which is a simple plan. And I don't know that we would have actually been able to discover that if it hadn't been for BAR and the process that we had to take and just moving through that framework together as a team. And the student ended up finishing really strong in school. His test scores were fantastic. His peer relationships were fantastic. And it was just really a great positive experience that we were able to have rather than the traditional going the truancy route. And so super grateful for BAR in that.
And the story I'd like to share goes back to building relationships with BAR and just how effective it is. I had a student who coming into the year was very apprehensive about being placed with some other students in his grade, being able to work with those people. And he was just really nervous, really apprehensive. And through the BAR process and building relationships in the classroom, he was able to be really successful in not only working well with those other students, but also becoming kind of friends at the end of the year. And he actually came to me and said that through BAR, he felt more successful than he ever has in the classroom and building those relationships. So the positivity that came out of it was just tremendous.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to share about the connection, but connections to adults is a big part of BAR. And at the beginning of the year, we designed a survey that students took to say whether they felt connected to adults at school. At the beginning of the year, we had 18% of our students who said they did not feel connected to adults at school, which may have been an indication for those students to have discipline struggles throughout the school year. So we intentionally had a group of teachers, of special teachers, math, art, music teachers who took that list of students and made intentional connections with them and relationships with them. And we reduced that number of students to 6%. Through our
Through our Community Connect piece, Kate and I, along with some other people on our Community Connect team, we really dug into major referral data, and we looked at our major referral data from January to the end of April, because we had done it right at the beginning of May, and only 2 of our 4th graders had major referral incidences within this first chunk of the year. So we've had a great experience with BAR so far this year. It definitely has helped us focus on a proactive approach of building relationships rather than being reactive when students are struggling discipline-wise. Thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you And like I said, I think we have one more school to hear from. And again, just kind of try and keep it as short as you could. We do like hearing from you, though. The boots on the ground is really important. So the Zoom is kind of coming in and out. I did have somebody on the committee that asked what BAR stood for. It's Building Assets, Reducing Risks. And it's designed to create strong schools. It empowers students, it gives them data and building relationships. That's basically the bottom line. So go ahead. I think, is it Kemmer, the last school?
Yes, Madam Chairman, good morning.
Go ahead, one in my corner of the state.
All right, good morning, and we're here representing Lincoln County School District Number 1, Kemmer, Wyoming. My name is Cody Hartung. I'm the principal at New Frontier High School, as well as the BAR coordinator for our school. I'm also joined by Annie Crank, who is the BAR coordinator at Kemmer Junior Senior High School, as well as our district social worker. We have 2 classroom teachers as well, Bianca Zuniga, Kemmer Junior Senior High School business teacher, and then Jonathan Willoughby, who is a teacher at Canyon Elementary School. It's a pleasure to talk with you today about our experience with BAR, and I'll get us started, and then we'll just go around the table. I'll just speak to district-wide. We implemented BAR across our district, K through 12, in all 3 buildings, and this fall. And in each building has implemented that in unique ways that has fit the needs in their building. And it's been great to see how that has played out in each of those buildings at all the levels. So today we'll share just the experience that we've had with implementing that and the positive impact it's made in our district and for our students. I'll start off with New Frontier High School. New Frontier is the alternative school for students in our district. And I'll speak specifically to the use of the small block meeting framework, some of the procedures and some of the roots, I think, of what helped to support our teachers and supporting our students. With the use of that framework, it's definitely, I would say it's provided an improved focus and efficiency of those meetings. We're able to sit together as a staff and talk about each of our students, starting with their strengths and then boiling and really narrowing down to any concerns and actionable interventions that we can take to support those students. During those meetings, and it was mentioned by another school, is the opportunity to discuss when things aren't working at that local level, what other resources do we have within our district, whether it's our school social workers or counselors, or even in our community, whether we need to reach out to other resources in our community to help support our students. And those meetings are very important in allowing us to do that. And so that's what I'd like to share with in regards to BAR and implementation at New Frontier. I'll turn it over to Bianca Zuniga.
Thanks. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to highlight quickly, you've heard a lot of positive examples of what BAR can do at different schools among students. And I think what BAR really helps us as teachers do is to coordinate our efforts a bit better. Yes, we used to maybe do SEL lessons and then follow up with students on their grades, but what BAR really does is it provides those lessons, but also this coordinated strategies to help us go farther with students in our classrooms. And one way that we've done it here at the junior senior high school level is that we've carved out about 25 minutes every day where we're following up with students. Once a week, we're doing our social emotional learning lesson, and we pair that with just having those small class sizes where we're helping students not just monitor their grades, but also looking at what wins do you have for this week? Like what highs do you have for this week? What things do you want to work on for next week? And students share that with those like informally, but then they do that at the end of every week just by filling out a survey. And that gives us just good hard data that we can, as teachers, review individually, but then also bring to our larger grade level teams to be able to catch behaviors and catch academic, decline like pretty early on. So we're catching these students really quickly before they even get the chance to spiral. And so what I can share is just a personal example for a student. If it weren't have been for like the training and strategies in BAR, I think I would have easily just misinterpreted their academic disengagement just by not caring enough, or you just aren't trying enough. And Bar really helped me to see that he had a lot of just a complicated like home background. And I was able to then just bring that information to my meeting and collaborate with other teachers to really come out with tailored tailored interventions for him. So not just generic, like you should try this, or maybe you should try that, but just really things that would be tailored to what he needed so that to help him be more successful. And after implementing those things, like he quickly turned around, he started turning his assignments in, started paying attention in class. So he was a lot more engaged for that. So that was just been my positive feedback from Bar.
Okay, thank you so much. Is that everyone? Because Zoom keeps going in and out, so I don't know. Is there one more person?
We have two more.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm Annie Crank. I am the school district social worker as well as Kemmer Junior Senior High Bar Coordinator. And I'm not going to spend too much time. I think Bianca has added most of what we want. However, what I did want to add is the collaboration among our staff has become so essential in helping each one of our students. And I do believe the Bar model has helped with that. Some of our big wins is that we won't have summer school this summer because we do not have enough kids for summer school. And we are talking 7 through 12. I have 3 students for both first semester and second semester at this point who need summer school. So we are trying to come up with a different way to approach those students and make that happen. But to us, that's a huge win that we don't have summer school.
That is a huge win. All
So
right.
I'm Jonathan Willoughby. I'm representing Canyon Elementary. Keep it short and sweet. The biggest thing that I hang my hat on as an educator over these last 15 years is the relationships that I build with students. I feel that if you build those positive relationships and you really show students that you care about them, they will be willing to do anything for you. So relationships is a huge part of what I do in the classroom, and what Bar allows me to do is help students build their own relationships with each other. These students have been together for numerous years, but do they really know each other? And I feel that if they have an opportunity to sit down and discuss and speak with each other, then they get to know each other on a deeper level. And then that helps you better understand each other. So that's been my biggest success with Bar, is just the relationships that are being built through the process. Not only that, but through teaching students communication skills and using body language and things like that. So I have deeply enjoyed the program. It is something I hang my hat on, definitely these last 5 years. And having something that allows me to help these students do what I'm doing and shows them that this is the success that I have. And if you're willing to do the same, then you'll be able to have the same success, has been just a game changer. So excited about the future, excited to continue to implement the program and seeing how it can really benefit our students in the long run. So thank y'all.
Well, thank you all for your testimonies. Very, very helpful. Again, having people that are the boots on the ground in the classroom tell us how this model is working. I would ask of Angela, maybe if you would send the committee more information on Bar. Some of the folks here have never heard of it, don't know much about it. You guys have given us a pretty good framework of how it's working in your school districts. And I know there's just a handful of districts that are trying this right now, but really appreciate the information and appreciate, you educators taking the time to let us know how it's working in your districts. We're going to go ahead and take a short break here, and we're talking 10 minutes. Huh? Yes? Can you wait till after? Okay. Yeah, we, again, appreciate you, unless it's, you want to? Okay, well, if it's regarding Bar, go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. If, and maybe Angela and I have had a discussion about this because the words SEL and social emotional learning came up, and that can be a weighty thing. There's very differing views, and it can be kind of a negative thing, and that has been something that has come up, that this is like a social emotional learning type program. So I talked to Bar about that, and if Angela just wants to, the lessons are more of, that I have seen, are more of a get to know you. You mentioned that we went up to Douglas and watched it, and the kids played this cool game where they rolled dice and just asked questions that were like, what's your favorite ice cream? What would you do with $1 million? What would you, those types of things. And there's a cool, I think a soccer lesson or something that you guys have, but just kind of want to clear up that it's more, and maybe Angela, if we are running behind, but just really quick.
Yes. Senator Schuler?
Yes, go ahead.
I really appreciate you calling that out. Our lessons are actually called relationship building lessons, and they really are, how do you communicate? How do you connect? Because we aren't teaching any content. So I will say different districts, different states term them different things, but they really are a way to just form connections. I will say it is interesting, harkening back to my grandma, there really isn't as many opportunities for our young people to just find ways to connect. And I will kind of even go to, I think phones have caused some issues with that. But if you go into a room of people, how are some ways you can just start in conversation? So the lessons we continue to, provide so people can look at them, but there isn't that same, we don't call them SEL lessons. So I just want to say that different organizations can put that in there. It really is, how do we be connected? How do the adults know the students? How do the students know the students? And how are these ways that we just kind of go back to being in a society where we can be in conversation with one another? So I appreciate you bringing that forward, Senator Brennan, and I really appreciate you going to the schools. Our model really is, we have incredible educators right there with our students. And how can we get them to be connecting with each other and connecting with the students, because they can figure out these solutions to make sure these students are being successful. When they talk about the coordination and tailoring those responses, because we know that the constant discipline is not only exhausting for the students and for the families, but also for the adults when you're wanting those students to be successful.
Thank you so much, Angela. And again, if you'll just pass on some of that information to our committee, or get it to us, and we'll get it to LSO and then pass it on. We appreciate that. Thanks for all the good information. And again, Senator Brennan brought this up, thought it was real timely with our school discipline to hear about a model that's working in some of the districts in Wyoming that are trying it. I think what we'll do is take I'm going to say a 5-minute break, which will end up being a 10-minute, but we're not going to do 15. And what we'll do is, instead of doing public comment here, we'll save public comment after our K-12 teacher recruitment, and that can be public comment on either the school discipline or the K-12 teacher retention. Is that all right with everyone? Okay, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break /10 and be back.
Okay. Stop the video though. I was just trying to stop our.
Well, that was pretty close to a 10-minute break. Welcome back, everyone. I think we almost have a quorum, looks like. We can go ahead and start. Before we get into K-12 teacher recruitment and retention, I know Tanya has a little something that she wanted to add from a question that Representative Lawley had earlier, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I'll make this brief, but recall that Representative Lawley asked about the interplay in the notification requirements and the parental rights bills that were passed. There were two bills passed in 2024, Chapter 34 and Chapter 110. And both of those do require the school district to provide notification in certain instances, but there's not a hard and fast date. So there is no conflict with the suspension and expulsion statutes.
I don't know, Representative Lawley, did you get that, or are you still on? Don't see her, but hopefully she did.
I'm here, sorry.
Oh, okay, did you hear that comment from Tanya? Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tanya.
Yes, yes.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Tanya and Matt. Teacher review governing statutes with teacher recruitment and retention. Go ahead.
Certainly, Madam Chairwoman, this is in response to your priority number 5 interim topic, recruitment and retention of K-12 school teachers. And Matt and I prepared the memo in your meeting materials with the subject K-12 public school teacher recruitment and retention. At the outset, I would note that this topic and teacher salaries will be taken up by the recalibration committee, extensive discussion surrounding teacher salaries, and actually the consultant, Dr. Larry Pikus, today is conducting an in-person PJP with teachers and stakeholders, and I'm sure he'll have some valuable information to share from that effort. With that, this memo outlines the statutory programs that the legislature has enacted to address teacher recruitment and retention in the most recent years. What it doesn't address is one-time teacher bonuses or external cost adjustments. There are various memos that cover that subject, and we're happy to provide those, but that's not the intent of this particular memo. The legislature enacted 2 loan forgiveness programs, one for teachers and one for adjunct professors. The loan forgiveness program for teachers sunset on June 30th of 2020, sunset June 30th of 2016, and the program for adjunct teachers sunset on June 30th of 2020. So while these 2 statutes are still on the books, they're not being utilized, although there are some payments that are being made from those programs. Eligibility for the teacher program required that you were a Wyoming resident or that you graduated from a Wyoming high school, that you were enrolled in the University of Wyoming to become a certified teacher. And they specified certain areas, so you had to be seeking certification in special education, math, science, or world language, or in the alternative, seeking an additional endorsement to teach reading or English as a second language. The requirement of the program, of the teacher program, was that to repay your debt, you had to serve 1 year of service. So for every year of service that you provided to a public school district after completing the program in those areas, you had 1 year of your debt forgiven. And in the event that you failed to complete the program or you failed to work in the area that you agreed to, it was required that you had a cash repayment. Similar to that program, later the legislature enacted the adjunct teacher program in 2013. And the impetus of that program was to increase the number of teachers that could teach co-curricular or dual enrollment classes, meaning classes that are offered at the high school level, but for which you receive credit for in college. And in that instance, the requirements for eligibility were a bit different. You had to be employed by a Wyoming school district. in good standing with PTSB, which is the Professional Teaching Standards Board, nominated by your school district, and you had to have an agreement between the school district and the college outlining what courses you were going to teach and for how long. As far as repayment goes for that program, it was a little bit different. It required a minimum of 2 years of service and then whatever the district and the college agreed to, but at a minimum to repay the educational costs, you had to serve 2 years. And with that, I'll turn it over to Matt to cover the financials of both of those programs.
Go ahead, Matt.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Matthew Wilmarth, the LSO Senior School Finance Analyst. In terms of the appropriations side of things, the legislature seeded the teacher shortage loan repayment program with an initial appropriation of $400,000 and then appropriated an additional about $2.9 million over the lifetime of the program. Approximately $1.2 million was reverted. And so the total expenditures of the total $3.3 million in appropriations equated to about just under $2.1 million. And you can see that in the first paragraph. In terms of the participation of students in the teacher shortage loan repayment program, as of a 2013 report from the Wyoming Community College Commission, 193 students participated in the program, and 34% or 65 of those students completed that program by meeting the requirements of the program by teaching within Wyoming schools. And at the time of the report, 10 students or 20 students, 10% of the total 193 participants were currently employed by Wyoming schools, and 37% or 70 students dropped out of the program. And then, or defaulted, and then 19% or 38 students were still in school or graduated, attaining a certification in Wyoming. In terms of the areas of where they participated or where they taught, 73 students were in special education, 54 students were in math, and 44 in science, 16 in world language, and 4 students in reading, and 2 students in English as a second language. For the adjunct teacher or professor program, this was much more shorter time frame. Only $345,000 was appropriated by the legislature, and there actually is still about $6.6 million or $6,600 encumbered by the Community College Commission to continue to finance those loans, and $12,760 have reverted of the total appropriation. So almost all of those funds have been expended or are encumbered at the moment. And according to a Community College Commission report in 2020, 34 applicants took advantage of this program, and 11 completed and that program at that time of the report, and 23 were still completing the necessary requirements.
And with that, we'll pause for questions on both of those loan forgiveness programs before moving on to the National Board certification. So,
questions from the committee? Senator Rothfuss?
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I guess I'm surprised by the reversion on the first program, the teacher shortage loan repayment program, where it looks like about a third of the total ended up reverting. Do we have a sense of why the program didn't utilize all those dollars?
Madam Chairman, Senator Office, my assumption would be that just the enrollment numbers in that program didn't meet the demand. So that initial $400,000 doubled for the biennial appropriation up to $800,000. So that's my guess, is that the enrollment in that program didn't demand that total appropriation.
And a quick follow-up.
Sure.
So with the year for year, and this was Tanya's explanation, is it paying for the liability on the loan for the year, or is it paying for 1 year of college per year?
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Rothfuss, it's for every year that you serve, 1 year of your loan was forgiven. So I do think the student upfront had to pay for the cost, and then 1 year of service would forgive their loan.
Forgive, Madam Chairman, forgive 1 year of their school?
Yes.
Okay.
No, sorry, Madam Chairwoman,
Thank you.
yes. 1 year of the cost of attendance.
Was there a cap on that? Or was it total cost of attendance, or was it tuition? There's like so many different numbers that it could be, and I didn't know how that was in statute.
Madam Chairwoman and Senator Rothfuss, that detail is not included in the statute, but I suspect there are rules, and we can investigate that and get the answer.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious why this didn't seem to work all that well, and I'm curious why.
Madam Chairwoman, maybe the Wyoming Community College Commission could shed some light on that.
Sure. Thank you. Any other questions on this section? I have just one. I remember when this first came into play, I was still teaching then. And there were shortages, I think, with, I think math and special ed and science, I believe. Are there particular, or maybe you don't have the data for this, but are we seeing shortages in those areas again, or just all across the board? Or maybe Mr. Shaner would know that. I don't know.
Madam Chairwoman, we would leave that to PTSB and the WDE to answer that. I know at that time, it was those 3 disciplines, and then I think in 2013, they added world language, was foreign language, but they changed it to world language because they were seeing a deficit in that as well.
Other questions? Again, I'm very much like Senator Rothfuss, a little surprised that the statistics weren't any better for that. But maybe, who knows? Long time ago, 20 years ago, so yeah. Anything else in that area? Okay, let's go ahead and move forward.
Great. The National Board Certification Program, we've talked a little bit about this, but it's still an active program in the Wyoming statutes, and it's to promote the employment of National Board Certified teachers by school districts. And the legislature created this program first to pay up to 50% of the cost for an application and certification. And then once you receive your certification, you receive a $4,000 stipend or bonus for being national certified teacher in their annual payment. The payment is provided by the Wyoming Department of Education to school districts who are responsible for making those payments to the teacher. After January 1st of 2021, teachers are limited to 15 annual payments. And the teacher for purposes of this program includes a school district employee who is employed full-time as a teacher, instructional facilitator, certified tutor, librarian, speech language therapist, or a counselor. And with that, I'll turn it over to Matt to discuss the financial implications of the program.
Go ahead, Matt.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, over the past 19 years, the legislature has paid out $28.5 million for this program. And the certification areas where we see the most certification are tied at 21% for literacy, reading, language, arts, early and middle childhood, and also a generalist early and middle childhood. Exceptional needs and special early childhood is a third tied at 10% with English language arts, and mathematics is not far behind at 9%, and science at 7%. And there's a whole host of other areas that make up the remaining 21%. Figure 1 on page 3 of your memo provides a historical snapshot of the total awards by year and amount. The year with the most certifications was in school year 2021. And like I said, over the past 19 years, $28.5 million. I've included tables in the back of the memo as an attachment. I know some members of the legislature like to look at their favorite districts to see who has or who doesn't have National Board Certified teachers.
And one fact I neglected to mention was initially when the program was enacted, it was a public-private partnership, and the Il Bogan Foundation actually covered the cost for the application. And I would note that currently there is no money to pay the application, while the statute contemplates that the state can pay up to 50%. There's no appropriation to do that, and that public-private partnership for this particular program has ended.
Questions on the national board? Yes, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, do we have any evidence, and this is a question not only for y'all, but for anybody that follows you testifying in this program, do we have any evidence that the program is improving the quality of teaching in the state of Wyoming? Is it making any difference in that score?
Tanya?
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman, Senator Scott, in fact, that question was asked of Dr. Larry Pikus in a briefing, and he reported that there is data, national data, substantial national data to indicate that national board certified teachers do improve learning for children. And I'm happy to ask him for that information and send it along to you.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Is there any evidence here in Wyoming for any correlation between better test scores and national certification?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Bratton, we can certainly ask Dr. Pikus if there's state data available. The conversation I had with him was talking more about the general relationship between national board certification and performance of students, but certainly he's the person to ask that question to, and we'll get an answer from him.
Yeah, good questions. You know, the one thing I noticed when I look back through your data, and I appreciate that, some districts have quite a few, and others not so many. And I wondered the same thing in terms of success. I know that Senator Rothfuss's district, they do quite well, and they seem to have a lot of national board teachers. I actually got the national board certification, and I will tell you this, after starting 3 master's programs and then doing the national board is pretty rigorous, and the test is pretty rigorous. And so it's those that get it, they've earned it, I guarantee you. There's a lot to it. So any other questions or comments on the national board? Okay. Anything else that you'd? Yeah,
We just
go ahead,
have
Matt.
one final area, which is adjustment for extra compensation. Wyoming Statute 2113-324, enacted in 1997, allows school districts to pay teachers extra compensation. It prohibits it from being a reflection of higher salaries in the district or for additional duties. It really is to pay higher performing teachers. And with that, it could be for subsidized expenses other than rent or housing, or in the form of a cash bonus or some combination thereof. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wilmarth.
Mr. Wilmore.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, again, as Tanya indicated, this is really a payment in addition just for the unique location of that school to entice a teacher to, maybe go teach in Farson, or I don't know what exact schools are included in these reimbursements. Over the course of the, let's see, since school year 2020 or 2001, 2002, that's the data that I have, going back to the previous 23 school years, about $5.1 million has been reimbursed, averaging about $221,500 per year. To give you an indication for school year 2024-25, which is reimbursing expenditures from school year 23-24, 11 school districts sought reimbursement and will be reimbursed $225,848. So not every school district participates in this. but 11 do as of last school year. And again, the one other item I would note on this is in addition to any regional cost adjustment that has been afforded to a school district in the education resource block grant model. So it's even on top of that piece that is established through the funding model.
Questions, committee? I have one, but again, it may be something that State Department, Mr. Shaner may have data for this, but if you know off the top of your head, are we seeing more shortages with our rural school districts, or do you have any data on that?
Madam Chairwoman, we don't have an answer to that question. I'm sure Dr. Pikus will investigate that in his recalibration of the model. He'll certainly report on that. And also Dr. Chris Stoddard, sorry, I was getting her confused with someone else, but Dr. Chris Stoddard also studies areas where they might be seeing a shortage, where teachers are coming from, how we're losing them, that type of thing. And she's involved in the recalibration as well.
Sir Scott?
Madam Chairman.
Michael.
Madam Chairman, just looking at the data, my question is, has anybody done any coefficients between the expenditures we're seeing in this program and the results we're getting in some of the test scores? Because my instinct is, looking at the data, I suspect the correlation might be negative.
Tanya?
Certainly, Madam Chairwoman and Senator Scott, in response, I think you're asking sort of the same question as Representative Bratton asked in relation to the National Board Certification Program. Is that the program you're speaking of? We'll certainly get that information from Dr. Pikus. He'll take a look at how many are certified in Wyoming and what their performance is. I know at a national level, there's a correlation between student performance, improved student performance and national board certification, but I can't speak to Wyoming specifically. I didn't ask him that question.
Any other questions? Okay, appreciate the information. Thanks so much. You got off the hook pretty easy. You guys are short and sweet and to the topic. Next up, we have Mr. Shaner, the Chief of Staff again, and his sidekick Nathan. I'm just not gonna try it. I thought about.
Good choice.
Welcome again.
Madam Chair, committee members, Dickie Shaner with the Department of Ed, and it sounds like I'm joined by Mr. T. So
Yeah, I like that.
real brief to answer your question. We submit a report to the federal government on teacher shortage, and the way we calculate that is anyone teaching without a full PTSB license, we analyze the subject area, and if there's a subject area with 5% or more of the teachers in that subject area teaching without an official license, we consider that a critical shortage area. And so the list of critical shortage areas for teachers that we had submitted late in 2024: Chinese, computer science, Spanish, physics, study skills, study hall, English learner, special education, contracted substitute teacher, reading specialist, remedial reading, elementary, computer skills, chemistry, earth and space science, middle science, health, and art. That's our list. With that, Madam Chair, we have a memo on teacher recruitment and retention, and specifically, we were asked to discuss the recruitment and retention task force that we convened over the last several years, and also an update on the teacher apprenticeship program, which I'll have Mr. Tajeski go through that with you.
Go ahead, Mr. T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are, every Halloween, I did shave my head out of mohawk. It was great. It would have been good. So I was actually lucky enough to be on the task force. Superintendent Dagenfelder launched it in 2023. And it was made up of teachers, principals, superintendents, folks that had left the profession, really to get a good look at what do we do well and what are we struggling with. So included in your packets are just some of the actions that we took from the task force recommendations. It's not all of the recommendations. There are some that weren't necessarily applicable to this, but for those that we did act on, at least within the past year since the last update, I've included here. So we have four areas we're really focused on: professional development, re-envisioning education, educator voice, and student behavior. For the professional development, one of the concerns that was brought up consistently within the task force was leadership development, specifically for new administrators. One of the pieces that we have launched in conjunction with the university as well as principal organization as the 307 Principal Leadership Academy. And what that looks like is a mentorship program. Principals are paired up as well as receiving pedagogical support from the university in those first few years of administration. Really looking at what are the things that you need to know as a principal that aren't necessarily taught in your master's courses. Those are very good pedagogy, but there are things, school schedule is a great example of extremely complex. It's not necessarily touched on in that preparatory course. So when you, and really a big thanks to the principal organization to recruit some veteran administrators and provide that connection. Mr. Shaner referenced computer science. We did launch a micro-credential pilot. That's actually completing relatively soon. It essentially would allow teachers to use a competency-based model to obtain additional certifications. Like I said, we're finishing that up now, both the teacher side and there's a student side as well, to look at how can we really pinpoint those skills in that hard-to-fill area and kind of streamline that process to get people certifications there. And then the last piece with professional development is really a conversation about agency. One of the pieces that was brought up in that task force was teachers controlling their paths of growth. We launched this year the Innovator Network that will rely on will leverage the expertise of educators in our state to provide professional learning to other educators in the state. We have signups going out this past month, well, 2 months, and based on the wants and needs of the individual teachers, that's how we're calling a call for content. The content itself within the network will be based on the interests and areas of want that the teachers identify, and then we'll be paying the Wyoming teachers to create the content for us, as well as lead sessions. So we really want teachers to say, this is how I want to grow, and we want to provide them that path led by a professional, an expert in the state, as opposed to look to somebody from Maryland to come in and provide some information. There's people, great experts in our state that can provide that professional learning. For re-envisioning education, our standards team has done an exceptionally hard job of reducing a number of state standards in different content areas. That work is ongoing. But it's a large task of identifying the most pivotal and crucial information and prioritizing it for the different grade levels in manageable amounts for our teachers. We completed our second superintendent's tour of excellence this past year, and that was going around. We highlighted 7 districts on this tour, looking at the innovative practices that are really moving the needle with students in our state. I could honestly spend the whole morning talking about the things that we saw in those different schools, but again, I can't say enough about the level of expertise that our educators have. The systems, processes, and programs that our schools are implementing is very impressive. So I'd encourage you, if you see things with that, or if you want additional information, I'd be happy to talk about it, but I don't want to take up several hours here discussing it. We've also partnered with several superintendents to recalculate graduation rate. Federal graduation rate calculation is interesting in the sense that it identifies a regular four-year diploma as a student that received that within the 4 years, but without exception. That can be very harsh when you look at students with severe needs that are on IEP that graduate with a certificate of completion, students that would leave high school for utilizing our ESA program to look at other options. Those things count against the graduation rate of schools at the federal level, and our state model reflected that. So we've worked over the past year to make some changes to more accurately reflect which students are graduating from Wyoming high schools and in what paths. And then through the Future of Learning Partnership, the RIDE initiative it's been a very big lift. They've done some awesome work with looking at different avenues, means, and processes that how we can educate kids.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
On the graduation rate, since you're putting that data together, which is something that I'd be very interested in seeing, could you send that around once it gets consolidated? So a comparison between the federally reported 4-year graduation rate and our internal calculation with whatever terms that's going to be, and honestly, even like a 4, 5, and 6 years, something like that, so that we can see what I would call a more accurate graduation rate for the state than what we're reporting federally, and maybe on a district basis would be helpful. It sounds like you're getting that data assembled. If you could send that along to us, that would be great.
Madam Chair, Senator, yeah, we can provide that.
And along with that, Mr. Tajeski, I decided to try.
Hey, that was great.
I thought I'm going to give it a shot.
That was perfect.
I did have a question on, particularly since we may see, some folks that will maybe leave the public schools to be homeschooled. How does that affect the graduation rate?
Yeah, you can take it.
Madam Chair, we looked at the current federal law, how we were interpreting that federal law, and then we also took a document into consideration, which was a 2017 non-regulatory guidance document from the U.S. Department of Education on how to calculate the 4-year on-time graduation rate. We took that into consideration. We talked to some other states who are using that 2017 non-regulatory guidance and decided to use it ourselves. And in that guidance from the federal government, it allows us to remove a child who goes to homeschool or perhaps enters the education savings account program, remove them from counting against the school district.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Go ahead, continue.
Yep. So it was an awesome opportunity to be a part of the RIDE program while I was at Cody. And what we looked at there, and I'll use my Cody example, but again, there's several examples from around the state. It's just the really awesome work that's happening. But what we did was look at how can we take our classrooms outdoors and how can we have truly interdisciplinary instruction as opposed to just multidisciplinary. So they're called pods. They mixed science, language arts, and at one level business, at one level PE. And honestly took the classes outside. The teachers, it was a huge lift to create this, but it was an amazing, authentic learning opportunity where their classroom was the river. They got rafting certifications in conjunction with working with the BLM, in conjunction with working with, or doing publications. It was a truly impressive piece. And I think it exemplifies really what the RIDE initiative hopes to accomplish. How do you create new and engaging ways to really get kids bought into their learning and push the needle without the student outcomes? For Educator Voice, we've continued our Level Up program. The way that functions, District Teachers of the Year are given the opportunity to opt in. They and their principal can then go through 2 years of professional learning specific to state operations and the WDE. You guys have seen those folks down at the Capitol. So that's been a very effective program. It's got high participation rates, and we'll plan to continue that. We've also started Native Ed Cabinet, student level cabinet, and teacher level cabinet. The goal behind those is provide on-the-ground voices, opinions, and feedback to the superintendent. The Native Ed Cabinet has met and is ongoing. The Student Cabinet and the Teacher Cabinet, we've finished within the last month getting people on board, and we'll look to start that over the summer. And then student behavior. Within the network, we've identified that classroom management's an area that people want to grow. They want just practical strategies, not necessarily theory, on how to go about classroom management. So that's one thing we're going to prioritize in the launch of the network is here is authentic PD that you can apply tomorrow and not have to think about how to figure it out, but here you go, use it in your classroom to improve classroom behaviors. And then obviously student discipline was a large topic this morning. Won't go too far into that. So before I go into the apprenticeship program, do you guys have any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Tchaikovsky? I'm getting better with it. Okay, great.
Awesome.
Keep going.
Yep. Just to briefly run through the teacher apprenticeship program, the goal behind it was to provide an easier access, a streamline for individuals that are already working in the school district to essentially have competency-based recognition of the time that they've spent with students to offset some of the requirements within teaching certifications. That's outlined within your packet. I won't belabor that information, and I'm happy to provide any additional if you have questions. The shift in that program this year, as we reached out to districts, the three that originally were part of it, Larrabee 1, Fremont 24, and Teton 1, about the continuation of the grant. In those discussions, it was identified it's actually easier for them to apply for the grant through Workforce Services than to have us apply. Essentially, they were having additional paperwork by having us do it as opposed to just taking it on themselves. So all three districts went about it in that way. So moving forward, we're available to support any district that wants to go down that road and partake within the grant. But based on the feedback that we've got from the participating districts, we don't intend to be the applying agency for the funds.
Questions on any of those programs? I see there's only 3 districts that have taken a chance on the teacher apprenticeship program. It sounds like they've done really well. I'm kind of surprised that more districts haven't kind of jumped on board with this. Is there a reason, or is it because is the application process difficult, or is it because maybe it's moving over to Workforce Services? I know we're going to hear from them tomorrow, but what are your thoughts on that?
Madam Chairman, the grant originated in state with Workforce Services. We were essentially the pass-through. As far as reasons others haven't applied, I could only speculate for that. But like I said, if there are other districts that would be interested in applying, we'd be happy to provide support for that.
Other comments or questions? Committee, I think they're getting hungry. They're looking at
Thank you.
angry down at the other end down there. All right, well, if there's no other questions, thank you. Appreciate your comments and your information. Thank you. I did pretty good, didn't I? Next, we'll hear from Brendan O'Connor about teacher certification. I believe he's here, or maybe he's online. Oh, there we go. I thought I saw you in the back of the room, so welcome. Tell us what you want us to know.
Good morning, Chairwoman Schuler and members of the committee. My name is Brendan O'Connor. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board. Appreciate the opportunity to come and present to you today. Before I get into my things, I'd just like to do a little bit of follow-up on the apprenticeship piece. PTSB was a major player in developing that program in the state, along with our partners at the Department of Ed. And anecdotally, what I've heard from the 3 districts who did participate is that those apprentices, after their first year in their programs, are acting like second-year teachers already, and they're only partially through their program. So I believe funding, I don't have the definitive piece, but the funding piece is a big player of why there aren't more districts doing that. Some of the participating districts have been able to maneuver their budgets a little bit. But funding for classes for apprenticeship, that's easy to find. That's what the workforce department funding comes through. It's the salary pieces for the mentors and the apprentices, because those are required in federal statutes on that. But it is, I think, a good model to investigate further, and I would encourage districts to look into it. Laramie County School District sent a team to present at a national conference on teacher apprenticeships. So I think that's a big kudos to them that they were for that as well. And we do appreciate our partners at the Department of Ed, and we have worked with them on that computer science micro-credential. Our board has approved that as currently the only way of using micro-credentials to add an endorsement to an existing license. And, but we are also partnering with them right now on some CTE micro-credentials as well. So more to come on that.
Mr. O'Connor, just if I could interrupt, could you explain that a little bit better, the micro-credentialing process?
Sure. So micro-credentials are, as Mr. Tajeski.
You said it better than I did.
Close. Mentioned, it is a competency-based model so that you can demonstrate that you know what you're talking about. Instead of, oh, I've got to take more classes, it's like, I already have these skills. I can demonstrate this by providing some evidence that is reviewed by professionals who have knowledge in that area, and who also can provide some feedback to say, well, yeah, you got it partly, we didn't see this piece. You get a chance to come back, review, revise, and demonstrate your competence. They're typically more specific. They're targeted at specific skills or pieces of knowledge that teachers, in this case, would be applying in their day-to-day jobs. And so in the micro-credential for computer science, the teachers need to demonstrate that they know some computer science skills, the coding pieces to some level, but primarily it's more focused on working with students and helping them earn those skills as well, getting teams together, working with community partners. There's a variety of different skills that are associated with that particular. That's actually a series of micro-credentials. There's a stack, that's what they're called, where you can build them up. And that's what we use, the stacks, to earn an endorsement and not just a single one-off, like one that I've seen in some of my national work that I've done with DigiLearn. PTSB has been a founding member of the Partner of States developing micro-credential quality assurance standards. And so 4 states, Wyoming, North and South Carolina, and Arkansas, have come together to create these standards that show this is what a good micro-credential should be. And we've also developed a rubric of how states like ours, like I would be called a recognizer, because somebody else has done the work, they build the micro-credentials like the department has. We would then look at it to recognize, yes, this is a quality micro-credential, we will grant you, in this case, the endorsement, or we will grant you the credits for licensure renewal credits.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay, let me. Share my screen. You do have this in your packet as well, but just for the benefit of the viewing audience. So we've kind of covered some of this, but the PTSB has been in existence for over 30 years, and we're one of 12 states that have an autonomous, not anonymous, autonomous standards board, which is professionals monitoring and building up the profession, overseeing those who are licensed in that profession. Nurses have standards board, licensing boards, doctors do, engineers, barbers and cosmetologists do. It's practitioners overseeing the practice. Primary functions, there's 4 primary functions of the Professional Teaching Standards Board. The one we're most known for is educator licensure. And so we're evaluating the credentials of individuals looking to be licensed. We'll get into some particulars momentarily. And we also do the professional development requirements for license renewal. That's where we've just been talking about the micro-credentials. That really does play into the professionalism of the individual educators instead of, why do I have to go to a sit and get once a year kind of presentation that I'm going to forget and not use. I want to use something that I can actually use in my classroom. So we approve those credits towards licensure renewal. We also oversee program approval, which is the preparation programs in the state. Right now, we have the University of Wyoming has the primary focus of the educator prep programs in the College of Education, but also the College of Arts and Sciences have some as well. And Central Wyoming College has a relatively new Bachelor of Applied Science in Early Childhood Education and Early Childhood Special Education that we oversee that as well. And we will be adding to that with the passage of, I believe it's Senate File 86, some of the accredited and non-accredited alternative route programs. Our board's going to be looking at that at their meeting in June. The not so fun part of our job is educator discipline, where we do have to address some concerns that happen out in the field. Sometimes those can be minor issues. They just need a little reminder. It's like, yeah, you really shouldn't have done that. Okay. And sometimes they're quite serious infractions. And so we would go for, instead of just you need a little more training, a reminder, we're going to take that license back from you. And we do not want you associating with students in the state. There is a statute that does show that educators do need to be licensed in the state of Wyoming to receive public funds. So we use that quite a bit. Again, we partner with the Department of Ed in their 602 reporting of misassignments for employees. And we try to work with them, work with the districts, see what avenues we can get to get people fully correctly assigned. So as I shift focus to our different ways that people can become an educator, there's a number of slides that are associated here. We have lots of ways to get people into the classrooms. When people think of becoming a teacher, the most common mental image that comes is the traditional route. You've gone through a college program, you've gotten your degree, whether a bachelor's degree or master's degree, you've done the student teaching, you've had some practicums, some observational times in classrooms during that, and then you get your degree, you apply for licensure, we grant that, and you get hired and you go forward. And so we also get an institutional recommendation from the university. That's both UW, CWC, and all of the other states in the nation that say, yes, this individual has met our program requirements. It's also met the program requirements or the licensure requirements in the state that that institution is in. And so that we use quite often as a verification that they have met those qualifications. There are a number of alternative routes to licensure as well. And as I just mentioned, we are going to be addressing that at the June board meeting a little more time. Currently, our rules do say that we do recognize some alternative route programs, but they must be relatively equivalent to what is in Wyoming already. Some are degree programs that are focused. You can get a master's degree, Master in Arts and Teaching, where you're getting that extra master's degree, but it's a more condensed training as part of that master's program. You're not getting some of the extra background pieces, but you are doing the student teaching in most of these cases and going forward. Some alternative providers have a well, Teach for America is one example of an alternative route. This is also aligned, I believe, with AmeriCorps, where they are placed into schools. They've got a 2-year agreement. It's like, I'm going to be teaching for these 2 years. I will be working towards a master's in most cases with TFA, or they already have a master's. And then during that time, they're boots in the ground, they're in the classroom. They may or may not have had a lot of training prior. Typically, Teacher for America in this case does try to give you a couple of weeks worth of pretty intense boot camp before you get into your classroom. But then during the year, they're visiting with those candidates and they're interacting with them. They're interacting with the administration. There's a lot of oversight on those teachers as well. Some other programs, you can take some tests and they grant you in, and then you're working towards full licensure. You typically have a probationary type of period that you have to meet, and then you can get in. Other programs, there's a wide variety of those. One that we have offered traditionally for the career technical education areas, the trades areas, or vocational, to use some older terminology, is a professional industry career permit, or PIC permit. You'll hear people refer to that. This was for career changers who are coming from, again, traditionally the trades, where you don't have bachelor's degrees or master's degrees in these areas, but you're bringing skilled training into the classroom to benefit students. Welding is often brought up as a key example. You don't typically hear of someone earning a bachelor's degree in welding. Maybe they have an associate's degree, but it's their work that is their knowledge, their body of knowledge that they're coming forward with. And while they're on the PIC, they do have some oversight. They have to apply or provide a plan for how am I going to become a stronger teacher. You know, if I'm coming out of the oil field or a construction site, how I interacted with my colleagues on those locations might not be appropriate in a school classroom. So what do I need to learn to kind of modify my own behavior as a teacher going forward? Over the past number of years, the board has allowed a broadening of who is eligible for the PIC permit, where we have had some veterinarians coming in and teaching some animal science classes, some biology classes. We have law enforcement agents, former law enforcement coming in, teaching some public safety and law enforcement type of classes. College professors are coming in. Typically, they already have a terminal degree, meaning not deadly, but they've capped out, they've got a doctorate. They're not going to hear us if we say, well, we think you need to go back to school and take some more classes. They're going to say, I've got a doctorate, you're going, I think I know what I'm doing. We say, yes, we think you do too. And so, and especially if they've been a college professor as well, they're coming in, they've probably done some teaching. It's an avenue to get them into the classroom. And in fact, I've just had a college professor in music apply for this permit. And this is an avenue to get them right into the classroom where the school district needs them. For some areas, business, agriculture, and family and consumer sciences, a bachelor's degree is required by our rules because those are pretty large areas. Agriculture can be the welding piece, can be agribusiness, it can be plant science, can be animal science. It's a broad area. Business similarly, you know, there's management pieces, there's accounting pieces, there's marketing pieces, there's a number of ways. Family and consumer sciences covers foods and nutrition, interior and exterior design, child development, so forth. Okay. And also in the last number of years, we've created an avenue for those individuals to transition to a standard license so that then they could be eligible to adding additional endorsements in areas that their school district may need them to teach. And so if you've been on a PIC permit for at least 10 years, been successful, we kind of grandfather you in, you're eligible for that. If you're under those 10 years, then we're saying, we've identified these classes that are pretty common across most traditional route preparation programs to give you some of that pedagogical background and just basic school, how schools operate background. So for example, Introduction to Special Education is one of those. Give them some of that experience, exposure to that, some baseline knowledge, so that as they're coming in and they're working with the special needs students, they understand a little better of what they're facing. Same with the foundations of development and learning. You know, if I'm coming again from the oil field or the construction site, I'm working with adults. Coming back into 7th or 8th grade, I'm working with squirrels, and it's like, why are they acting this way? It's like, well, this is why, because this is why they're at this developmental stage. And so, oh, that makes much more sense. I can't deal with them like an adult exactly. I'm growing them into adults, but that is why they're not there yet. Another avenue that we have that is commonly used are exception authorizations. These are provisional licenses. Other states do call theirs provisional. Every state has a little bit different terminology, but typically we have the same types of avenues to get people into classrooms. This does allow individuals who hold a bachelor's degree or higher to be enrolled into a program. Can be a traditional route program, could be an alternative route program, but they're enrolled in a program, they're working while they're learning how to be a teacher. And so they are also supervised by a licensed educator and oversight by the building administrators as well. So these have been very widely used over the last number of years. I didn't bring any trend line data with me today, but the use of them has increased over the last half a dozen years, just as we're trying to get people into the classrooms. Also, these can be used for already licensed teachers to add endorsement areas. So for example, maybe I was an English teacher when I worked as a teacher, and maybe my district needs me to teach some social studies classes. Well, I've got some classes related to that in my college background, but I may need some more. I could be on an exception authorization while I'm learning some of that additional content. And we have 6 different options. I won't go through each of them other than just to kind of highlight. Option 1 is a test only. You've done everything you needed to do, you just quite haven't passed that required praxis test. And that's only in early childhood, elementary, and social studies. Option number 2 is our most commonly used option. That's that program completion. You're enrolled in a program to earn an endorsement. Option 3 is for administrators or related service providers, school psychs, school counselors. They get into a program, typically it's a master's program, and go forward that way. They can work as a school counselor, school psych, or, well, school psychs are no longer offered under that one, but social workers or an administrator. Option 4, we're seeing a big uptick on that as well. We developed this during the COVID years. This allows an already licensed teacher. The district says, we think that you'd be good in this other area. We don't think you necessarily need to take a program and have that time and expense to it. This gives them 2 years to pass the related praxis test to that, to show that they have that content knowledge, and then they can earn the endorsement after that. Option 5, we see a lot in I believe there's 5 or 6 school districts that do a dual language immersion. We just heard Mr. Shaner mention Chinese as a shortage area. It's like, I saw some nods. It's like, what, Chinese? It's like, well, this district that we're sitting in has a dual language immersion program in Chinese. And so they're trying to find people to teach that are Chinese proficient. This is a way to get them in that way. And then our most current one, option 7, I know that this option was debated on the floor or brought up during some of your discussion. on Senate File 86. This is for accredited, current reading as it is, accredited alt route programs that just have the testing and components as part of their program. Individual gets in, they complete 2 successful years of evaluations in their school district. They're moved eligible to a standard license. That one just came, I believe it was January of 2024 when it finally got signed by the governor and became effective. So we're just over a year. And you'll see in my other materials, we only have 3 candidates that are eligible for this at this time. We have used it in at least one of those for some different states, have different school district-based alternative route programs. Some states are very rigorous school district-based programs. Some states, not quite as rigorous. So we've thought this might be a good option for you, give you a little more time working, getting your feet under you. And then we have a number of permits that we issue. Those can be very specific functions, may have some training, may not. And typically they're valid for 5 years. I won't read the list to you, but substitute teachers and coaches are our top ones. Just a little flow chart to show the route of traditional route as you go through. Again, you're completing all those requirements. Same thing with the alternative routes. Some of those alternative routes are associated with institutions of higher learning. They would provide an institutional recommendation plus the transcripts. The ones that are not IHE based, they have the testing, content, and pedagogy, may or may not have any field experience like student teaching or practicums. Typically, states put them on a 2-year provisional license. That's what our option 7 is, and then leads to full licensure. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Questions for Mr. O'Connor? It's a lot of information. I appreciate it.
It is, yes.
I was
Sorry
looking
about
through
that.
it. There were questions that I had before I looked at this that you answered.
Great.
I only had just one question, and it was someone had mentioned that you guys had changed something that was required. It was causing a little bit of a backlog. Was it a change in your procedures or the process, or? And they were just asked me to ask about that, so
Okay.
I will do that.
Well, Chairwoman Schuler, I'd be happy to address that. Yes, we did experience a little backlog this spring because we finally have an operational online licensure system. This has been something that this agency has been trying to get for a dozen years. And so we finally, with 2 failed attempts and millions of dollars vanishing. So we did get this done. We did have to shut down as we're transitioning from our old database. We have to move all that information into the new one, make sure it's all clean, it's all working. So we were down about 6 weeks. I believe we are now caught up with that backlog, and we are processing applications. I just talked to some of my staff last week, and they're processing applications that we've received in the first couple of weeks of May already. So we are working through that. There are some hiccups. It's a new system. It's technology. I think all of us are aware. It's also like building a house where you think you've got everything in place, but then it's like, that doesn't quite work how I expected it to. We're making those fixes as well. But from the applicant side, from what we're hearing, it's smooth. It walks them really cleanly through the application process. It's timely. They can just submit things. They can upload things. They can pay securely online, and it's taken care of instead of emailing us PDF forms and waiting for us to get those and so forth. So as we give our feet under us a little bit more, it's only been operational since basically April 1st. We're still getting more proficient with it, but it should reduce our overall processing times, and we are heading into are busy months with college graduations, end of school years, people transition into the state, new graduates are coming in. We get inundated with applications, but should, in the long run, help us be more efficient and effective.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Other comments or questions, committee? Okay, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
information. It's very helpful. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. And we're happy to hear from you if you want to talk a little bit about the school discipline stuff that wasn't presented, or if you want to talk about teacher recruitment and retention. We're happy to hear whatever it is that you'd like to tell us. So welcome, please introduce yourselves.
Good morning. My name is Kim Amon. I am a teacher, first and foremost, with 32 years of experience teaching right here in Wyoming, and I am proudly serving as the president of the Wyoming Education Association. So actually, it works out well that we're testifying on both because I think they're related. And I want to talk to you about Cassie. Cassie is a first grade teacher in Cheyenne. She's been teaching for 7 years. She last year had a first grade class with 23 students in it. And in that classroom, there were several behavior issues, but one of the massive behavior issues was a first grader who would leave the classroom and punch the walls in the hallway and kick the walls and run out of the school if he was able to do that. And when we heard the child coming down the hall, if our doors were not already closed and locked, we were supposed to close and lock them. And then we had several people in the school building who were trying to keep that child safe and other students safe. That's one student in a classroom of 23 first graders. And so that was a rough year for her last year. This year, she submitted her resignation. And she told me, when I asked her why she submitted her resignation, she said, because I can't do this anymore. It's not helping my mental health. I'm not a good mom. I'm not a good wife. I can't keep doing this. I said, well, what is it that is making you leave? And she said, the behaviors are out of control and I cannot get the support. There's no support. And so I would encourage you to look at what that support looks like for a classroom teacher. What do they mean by that? Because when we listened to the bar presentation, there were lots of comments in there about building relationships. We know that behaviors are better when there's good relationships in the classroom. We know that. When we have students come in from all walks of life and you have 23 first graders, I don't know if you've ever worked with 10 first graders, but 23 first graders with no support staff in your classroom is unmanageable. And that's happening across our state on a regular basis. So that's one area. I would like to tell you that Cassie's classroom is an anomaly, but it's not. The system that we have now, it's massive. There are behavior issues everywhere. In the school that I taught in last year, our principal was often dealing with 2 or 3 students at a time. The behavior intervention specialist was dealing with another 2 to 3 students at a time. And then one of the students would be running down the hall, punching the walls. And so it's not isolated to high school. It's not isolated to elementary school. It's everywhere. And I can only tell you some of the theories behind it, but I think you all know that. When we're talking about building relationships, we know that small class sizes matter. So when you ask about things you can do, class size matters. And giving teachers the ability to have relationships in those classrooms and not have 23 students with no support that they're trying to manage would be helpful. Students are not the same as they were 15 years ago for lots of reasons, as you know. They're a great thermometer for our culture. And about 15 years ago, the iPhone was invented and we gave them to students. And for whatever reason, right, parents give them at home. Some parents do, some parents don't, but they have access to that. Now they have access to YouTube and TikTok and all of the social media and anything they want. And we know from research that it's rewiring their brains and that small children don't have the attention span that they used to have because YouTube gives them instant gratification. We're not going to change those things because they're here to stay, but what we can change is how we support our educators in the classroom and how we deal with those issues. I heard a lot of talk this morning about suspension and discipline, and I would tell you that those things are needed. But I think it's more important to talk about the relationships in the classroom and giving teachers the tools to build those relationships and also the time to build those relationships and allow them to do that without fear, because there was some mention of the social emotional learning. And I will tell you that educators are fearful of teaching conflict resolution or teaching some of those skills in the classroom that we heard about in BAR that are working because of the attacks that have been made. And they've been told that they're groomers, and they've been told that they're teaching the wrong thing. And social, the word social means teaching people to get along with each other. That's what social means. Emotional is around regulating emotions and being able to have skills to deal with other people. And that's all it is. That's all it's ever been. But the rhetoric has made it sound something ominous. And it's scaring educators from doing what needs to be done. When we have classroom meetings, we know that belonging is a huge need. Belonging and inclusion go hand in hand. So if you're having a classroom meeting and you want students to be included in the classroom, you have to be able to have conversations where people will feel welcome in the classroom. That is what was illustrated in the BAR presentation, and it's working. I would tell you that in the BAR presentation, there was another similarity in all of those statements, and there were counselors in the room. And so I would argue that that is something else that you can do. Make sure that we have counselors and social workers in our schools. Make sure that our class sizes are small. Make sure that our teachers are trained for the issues of today, not the issues of 15 years ago, because they're different. And you can take some of the mandates off of them, because trying to get every single thing in the day and still build relationships and still engage students is really hard, especially when you have maybe, if you're lucky, an hour of planning a day. And so those are the things that I wanted to bring to your attention. The BAR presentation you had a lot of teachers in there, and they talked very well about some of the things that are working for them. So I would encourage you to include the stakeholders, which has also been said by Mr. Farmer, and those stakeholders should include the mental health community. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, go ahead, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. You just mentioned some of the mandates. Could you please specify, as a former public school teacher, I understand?
Sure. A lot of the mandates revolve around the ever popular YTOP test, and how lots of times in legislation, when we're making policy, we're using that one-time test as an indicator of whether we're doing well or we're not doing well. We know from the RIGHT initiative, which has been amazing, you heard about that engaging students in hands-on learning works better. You have less behavior problems when students are engaged, and teachers are allowed to be creative, and they're building those relationships. Teachers can't do that when they're so afraid of mastering this test, this one-time test. We need to measure growth in students. We need to measure their ability to apply what they've learned, which is what's happening in the RIGHT initiative through project-based learning. And so telling teachers that you must teach this subject this many minutes, and this subject this many minutes, and this subject this many minutes, and then when you add up the day, those minutes are not in the day, that's the problem.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you. What might be your recommendations then for revising the state basket of goods that the state tells the districts they have to provide?
Sam?
Chairman and Representative Kelly, I would tell you that class size matters, and that smaller class sizes will allow teachers to have better relationships and more time with those students individually to engage them in the classroom. I would tell you that when I started teaching, I had a educator in my classroom probably 2 to 3 hours every single day to help with small group work and catch students up and things like that. And when I left, I was lucky if I had somebody half an hour a week. So support staff is hugely beneficial. I think counselors in the school, hugely beneficial. Those are things that I would make sure are included in the basket of goods.
Yes, follow up, go ahead. Representative Kelly?
I understand that, and as a member of recalibration, believe me, we're talking about class size. I'm talking about the academic mandates, the subjects that must be covered in that basket of goods. Is there some type of revision or maybe more flexibility for the districts? Should it be less prescriptive from the state top down?
Sam?
Madam Chairman and Representative Kelly, I think that giving teachers the flexibility, yes, I think it should be less prescriptive. Giving teachers the flexibility to meet the needs of their students in engaging in innovative ways is key to both recruiting teachers and retaining teachers, because nobody wants to be in a profession where all the joy has been taken out of it and it's no longer fun. Right? And so when you're talking about the RIDE initiative and the schools in Cody that are taking their students to the river, that's fun. There's joy in that. But you're not necessarily going to measure what they've learned on the YTOP assessment. So we have to figure out different ways of assessing student growth that match that innovation and that creativity.
Other comments? Yes, Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks. Following up on that, though, honestly, if we started measuring their joy, it would stop being joyful. I mean, I don't think we probably can measure that ride experience in a way that we could then bring back some data to the committee and graph it out. It's almost the measuring of it that sort of sucks the joy out of it to some degree. But, you know, what Representative Kelly is asking is something that I think a lot of us have been asking for a few years, and it's really hard to track down, which is which lines of statute can we change to get what you're saying to be implemented? And I do understand the funding side and the personnel side, and obviously we've been talking about that on recalibration, but we did create an overly onerous burden through the Wyoming Accountability and Education Act, which is testing oriented, that created the YTOP. I was a part of that. But what I'm struggling to understand is what do we go back and line out? What do we change? How do we change it so that our teachers feel empowered to go back and put joy into education again? And I'm very serious about that. You probably don't have an answer right now. I want to know where in statute we cross something out or change a couple of words to do what you're saying. We need to understand that. And I think we'll do that. But I just don't know what it is yet. Do you have any thoughts on that? And I think I've talked to Tate about this as well before.
Simon?
Madam Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, I don't have the answer to that. I do know that that is a topic that's been discussed for years, and I know the State Board of Education has been working on reducing the state standards and things like that. And every time that subject comes up, we say, okay, well, let's take this standard out. And then somebody says, no, 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 that one is, we have to have that one. And so then the question is always, which one? Right? We have to take some things off the plate, but we don't know which one. And so I guess my response to that would be, instead of trying to figure that out at this level, working with the teachers in the classroom and asking them, right? What would make you stay? What supports can we do to help you stay in this profession? When you say to me, when Cassie, I said, why are you leaving? She said, I don't have support. So the question then becomes, okay, so what does that support look like to you? What do you need? What do you want?
Yes, follow up, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to be selfish on this. I want both of those things, right? I want what you just said. We need to understand from the teachers exactly what they need and try to address that. But I do think we made changes that seem to have observably led to more pressure, more stress, more mental health challenges based on having to achieve YTOP. We can't be federally compliant without having something like YTOP in place. That's why YTOP exists. But that doesn't mean we can't find ways to change it. Doesn't mean we can't find ways to change our statutory requirements in a way that allow that flexible education that you're talking about, because I think everybody agrees, hopefully everybody agrees, that experiential learning is far superior to, sitting in front of a board and watching people write. How do we make that clear through statute that we want you to take those kids out to a river and teach them, as opposed to standing in the classroom and drawing a picture of a river? What do we have to say? And can we get some language that we can put into statute that will tell all of our wonderful teachers, take your kids out of the classroom and do cool things with them, and they'll learn a lot? However you want us to phrase that in statute, I'm willing to draft that.
Ms. Amon, anything?
Madam Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, I think that would be great. I think I would need some time to come up with that language, but I don't think that that's something that we can't work towards, and we would be happy to work towards that.
Well, I would say, I'm glad you mentioned class sizes. We passed a bill last year to designate the third Tuesday in May as Wyoming Reads Day, and we were supposed to try and get out. I have, I think, 6 elementary schools in my county, so I tried to get out and read to a couple first grade classes. They were only about 15. And I thought to myself, as a high school teacher, good Lord, I can't imagine how these people do this, these elementary folks. Quite frankly, I thought high school was a breeze compared to 15 first graders at a couple of different elementary schools. So I'm glad you brought that up. So any other comments? Yes, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, let me pose the dilemma that I'm seeing for you. I've heard a fair amount of criticism about the number of kids that are simply not learning how to read adequately in our school system. At the last recalibration, the report said the kids that were testing on the basic and below basic third grade reading were simply not going to be able to succeed in a modern society, and that was almost half the kids. I've talked to a lot of high school teachers, Madam Chairman, who complain to me they've got kids in their class that can't read well enough to do the work. What do they do with them? I hear that sort of thing continuously from the business community with graduates, that kids just haven't learned the basics. I think we have a problem there. How do we go about dealing with that sort of thing? It seems to me that we've got a major problem. It seems like some districts do a lot better than some other districts do in solving that problem. But how do we go about solving that particular problem? Because we really are putting those kids at a terrible disadvantage long term. We're doing quite well, I think, with the kids that do learn the basics in the early grades and then progress, and you go judge a debate tournament or something like that and see our best kids, and you're really impressed. But we've got a lot of kids that are just being left behind. How do we deal with it?
We are talking about K-3 literacy later on, so if you don't want to answer it now, you're certainly welcome to come back and think about it, or you're welcome to take it on right now.
Madam Chairman and Senator Scott, I don't have all the answers for that, but I think you heard some possible solutions during the bar presentation earlier when they talked about building relationships in the classroom, and they gave examples of students who did not feel like they belong in the classroom. And they did have success with those students, because when you build community in your classroom and when people feel like they belong to that classroom and that there's a community and that everybody has your back in that classroom, then they want to learn. When they are only disciplined for not being engaged or for talking back or for any of those things, and they're only disciplined or sent to the office, or their parents are called or they're expelled, that is not a system that promotes belonging or acceptance at all. And so then nobody wants to be there. And if you're a student who really loves your iPhone and your tablet and wants to be online playing games, you'd rather be at home anyway. And so then it's our job to figure out ways to make them want to be in school. And one of those ways is to help them belong. And as far as the nuts and bolts of teaching reading, I don't have all of those, all of that data for you, but I do think we need to pay attention to what test we're looking at, because I know that the NAEP scores do not show that we're struggling in reading. And so I do think that it depends on what, it's like all tests, right? It depends on which one you're looking at and which data that you're pulling, so.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah, go Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Going back to a comment you made about teachers not feeling supported in their disciplinary actions, this is something I've heard very commonly. A teacher a few days ago told me about a situation where she was called a 4-letter word. The student was sent off to the educational or the behavioral specialist and was given a lollipop and sent back to the classroom. And so there are lots of examples of what is not support, but what exactly are we looking for? What are teachers looking for when they want support in their disciplinary actions?
Madam Chair and Representative Andrew, I think that's the question of the day, and I think that probably getting that information from teachers is crucial, because I have that same question about what that support looks like. I do know that I have been told that they have too many kids in a classroom, especially at the elementary level. Unless things have changed, we're supposed to be striving for a 16-to-1 ratio in K3, but that's an average around the state. But I just told you that Cassie had 23. My friend Marissa has 24 first graders. So there are lots of places where that is not being met. And so I know that support means if I come to, because last year was probably my most challenging year in the classroom before I left, and I had some behavior issues. And that's something that I'm really good at, is classroom management. But this student challenged me every single day. And the support that I needed was help with dealing with that student in the classroom, help with dealing with that student's parents, because it's not just a teacher responsibility, right? We know that that partnership with the family is crucial in having any impact, not just on learning, but on classroom behavior as well. So building that partnership with parents is huge. Having an administrator be able to help with that. But there were times when I would send that student to the office and the administrator was busy with 3 other students. So they also don't have the support. And what I heard from my principal was that she did not have the support from the superintendent in those behavioral issues. And so one of the things that I know you guys have talked about is the teacher bill of rights, or putting some things in statute that would back teachers up. I think those are good things as long as we do them in a way that won't harm students and that don't have the unintended consequences. Because I think we have good intentions, right? We want to support teachers and we want to support the other students in the classroom, and we want the students who are having behavior issues to not have those anymore, right? And be good in school and learn what they need to learn. So I think it's not a one-size-fits-all answer. I think that we're dealing with students and we're dealing with parents and we're dealing with teachers, and these are human beings, and there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all answer.
Follow up? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Again, this kind of goes back to this sort of elusive teacher's bill of rights. If we are going to do something in statute and ask our staff to draft something, we probably need some more specific suggestions of what the actual lines of statute would look like. it keeps, we keep bringing it up as a very abstract concept.
Madam Chair, Representative Andrew, I would agree with that. And one of the things that I was discussing earlier was getting that information for you and doing not just a survey, but more conversations and listening tours with teachers across the state and asking them, what does that support look like? What do you need to be good at your job? What is it that you need? And I think until we get that information, it is very elusive.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, follow up? Sure.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Madam Chairwoman. And I guess I understand the need for input, but here we are in the interim committee taking public testimony, and this is the opportunity. And this is apparently, this was our number one, and then it became our number two subject for this committee because of the recalibration. We're looking for that comment now.
Madam Chair, Representative Andrew, I think this is the first meeting that you're having in the interim, and I think there's room to have conversations with teachers and other stakeholders. I would argue that we also need to include mental health professionals in the conversation. And my job today was to let you know that this is an issue, that the Wyoming Education Association is eager to work with the legislature and our school districts to make sure that we are supporting our students, our families, and our teachers in the classroom, and to make sure that we have all the information.
Excellent. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We do, though, need, this is the meeting at which we get bill drafts started. And, I would just ask that whatever comment you could bring from any of these groups you're suggesting we need to hear from, that you bring them as soon as possible, because, we will have to get something started in this meeting. And if we have nothing to go off of, that's difficult.
Okay, Mr. Mullen, I think you have something to say there. I see you raising your hand. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to weigh in on this. I think there's a couple of things I'd like to highlight. So I have worked very closely with a lot of our other state affiliates that have brought or have worked with their state legislatures on those teachers' Bill of Rights. I do want to urge a sense of caution in that, right? Finding that appropriate remedy, where does it belong? Sometimes you need a smaller hammer, sometimes you need a big hammer. There is some of the language in there that does support our educators. So for example, Alabama Teachers Bill of Rights, Texas Chapter 37, which they're currently undergoing some revisions during their session. There is some language that we can look at within some of these established laws, but there is also language that is in there that we should probably be very cautious so that we don't run into any unintended consequences. So to be clear, there is the potential for some significant unintended consequences with things like template bills, like a teacher Bill of Rights. So we just need to be very mindful when we're doing that. I would be happy to sit down. I can provide all of you, I know I've already provided some of you with a copy of Texas Chapter 37 as well as the Alabama Teachers Bill of Rights. I'm happy to forward that on to you. Again, though, my suggestion would be don't just, we're not just going to take that and run. Let's have conversations about what language we think works. The concern is that it is a fast track to expulsion policies. And when we do that, now again, I want to reiterate, WEA knows that this is an issue. We want to keep our teachers safe. We want to keep them in the profession, but we also want to make sure that we're not giving up on students and we're not just showing them the door. So those expulsionary policies lead to what is called the school to prison pipeline. In a state that has the highest youth incarceration rates in the United States, we need to be very mindful about how we proceed with that. Again, though, I will get that to you. And I think one of the other things that you had asked, Representative Andrew, was, what is it that would improve morale? within our schools. Ed Week has conducted a national survey, and they've got some great state data, Wyoming specific as well. I will get that to all of you. It is a teacher survey that goes through what components would make your morale improve within your professional life. This is some of that information that I think would be incredibly useful. It does revolve, again, around President Amon's comments on we're under-resourced, we're understaffed, we don't have that capacity, right? Whether that's at the administrative level, whether that's at the behavioral interventionist level, counselors, teachers. So that's a significant component of this. Again, I will get that to you, but I think we do have more than enough information to start that work with you all here today. I did want to make a couple of other points, if I could, and answer some of these additional questions that had come up.
Go ahead. Oh, okay, sure.
Just on that last point, there are states that have brought forward legislation, and you have concern with that legislation, but there's probably good points in it. Honestly, I think it would be beneficial for us if you could pick your favorite 3 bills and honestly just do your own copy, paste, strike through and come up with a very rough draft of what you feel would be an appropriate educator bill of rights for the state of Wyoming, because I do agree that we need to be very sensitive to the pipeline to prison, right? Expulsion is not a great solution from the state's perspective, but we want to protect our teachers. So what is the compromise? And again, since the language is out there and you've reviewed those drafts, just look at it as an a la carte menu and pick what's going to work, what's going to be effective, that doesn't lead to the bad outcomes. I think I would certainly love to see a suggestion from you, and then that'll at least give us something to work with as a starting point to consider.
Madam Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, happy to do that, and I will get that to you as soon as I can get that together. If I may, I'd like to continue on just a couple of other points here. So, Senator Rothfuss, you asked where in statute can we make revisions to improve the teacher morale. I'm going to take the inverse approach. Maybe it doesn't require statutory language. Maybe it requires what President Amon was talking about, allowing that freedom, not being so prescriptive within statutes. We've seen a number of bills over the past 5 years that have really attempted a very aggressive micromanagement of our educators. They are professionals. At the end of the day, they are talented, passionate professionals. And what we have seen within our work within the University of Wyoming, what we have seen at the national level, all of the data and all of the surveys and the responses that we're getting from educators within the state of Wyoming and across the nation is part of this morale problem is this feeling of being attacked, whether that's through policy, through not being supported by administrators, or this conflict. And I don't think it's a real, and I don't mean to say real, but it's the division that has been artificially sowed between parents and educators. We need to be able to bring those folks back together. We need to be able to create those teams, because those teams are the ones that help the students. We know that that is one of the leading contributors to a student's success, but we also know that it's these factors that have contributed significantly to the decline in teacher morale. So maybe it doesn't require statutory language. Maybe what it requires is the absence of statutory language and allowing them to be creative. Representative Kelly, you had asked about the basket of goods. And I know that there are a number of you that sit on the recalibration committee. I'm sure that you've seen what that list looks like. I agree with President Amon. We should not be prescriptive, but I'd also implore you to look at that list and tell me, in a modern economy, which of those pieces doesn't fit. Are we in an age where our students need to learn less? Or take AI, for example. Are we now in this such a fast track, everything's growing rapidly, are they going to be required to learn more? I think there's probably a discussion to be had there. I don't know if there's an elimination, but I just wanted to put that out there. Again, I will follow up with all of you in terms of those Bill of Rights, the à la carte bill, as well as the survey from Ed Week, so that you can look at that Wyoming-specific data. It compares to national data, so that you all can have that. And I stand for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Mullen? Yeah, Senator Scott?
For
Oh, either one, sure. Yep, use your mic, though.
a couple of questions. One very simple one, just which district did you teach in?
I taught in, I'm sorry, Madam Chair and Senator Scott, I taught in Cheyenne in LCSD 1.
Okay. Madam Chairman, as we're thinking about trying to build the teams that Mr. Mullen was talking about, and that does strike me as one of the absolute keys to this is to get a good working team between the teacher and the parents. You've talked a lot about needing more support. And my question is, what do you mean by that? My instinct listening was that the support was needed when you had to talk to a parent about a problem with the child, and the parent gets very defensive, and how can you possibly criticize my child, sort of thing. Are you talking about getting support from the administrators so that there's a backup when you get that kind of pushback from a parent? Is that the kind of support you're talking about? Or are you talking about some other kind of support? What do you, when you say support, what do you mean?
Ms. Amon?
Madam Chair and Senator Scott, I mean all of those things. When you talk to teachers, they'll tell you that they need support. And then when you dig deeper, what I was trying to get across is that it does include administrators' help with parents. It does include training in how to deal with behaviors in the classroom. It does include more staff support. It includes paraeducators that are helping in the classroom. It includes behavior intervention specialists. It includes counselors in the school. So it includes a lot of things. And so when I came up here to testify, it wasn't to give you language for statute or for a bill. It was to tell you what teachers have reported that they need and want, which leans more towards recalibration and that basket of goods than prescriptive language in statute that focuses on expelling students and that fast tracking that process. And so that was my role today, was to help you see that it goes beyond just discipline measures. It's support with resources like administration and counselors and social workers and support in the classroom and things like that. And if you asked a teacher, they would tell you that's what they want the most. They want help. I'm not going to tell you they don't deserve to be paid, because they absolutely do, but that's not what they're going to tell you they want most.
Senator Brennan has a question.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Well, first, to your last comment, which wasn't going to be the thing, but I can understand or appreciate that being paid well is good. Wanting a good work environment is even better. Having been an ICU nurse during COVID, there was times that I was like, you can pay me enough to keep going, but we did. And so I see this in the classrooms as I talk to teachers, as I talk to parents, just throughout my day-to-day life. I have 4 kids, and so I'm interacting with people, just your everyday person, soccer field, the dance studio, the wherever. But and I'm from Cheyenne and represent part of Laramie County, and my constituents are in Laramie County School District 1. What I hear like constantly from different parents and have heard from administrators that, yes, this is the way that we do it. And I've kind of there is a question in here, and I've been thinking about kind of some of these conversations as we were talking about discipline and stuff, but I know one of the common practices is when a kid misbehaves, they leave that kid in the classroom and remove all of the other kids. And as you talk to parents, with kids in these types of classrooms, as you talk to teachers, just kind of from my own experience in having children and disciplining, it feels like what we're doing is we're rewarding the misbehaved student and we're punishing the good students because all of a sudden they can't learn. And this child who's misbehaving, he's controlled everything because we're leaving, you know, this child in the classroom. And when I pointed this out or kind of asked some administration about this, it was kind of like, no, that's not the way that it is. And I've just been trying to think about that because I feel right there is a great example of how we're not supporting teachers, of how teachers aren't being supported by administration and things like that. How can we send kind of a message that we need to be able to continue to educate and keep the kids who are learning within the classroom, that it's the misbehaved child who probably needs to be like removed from the classroom and dealt with. I don't know if that's quite formulated or if that's just what I'm thinking there.
Anybody want to tackle that one?
Madam Chair, Senator Brennan, I can tackle that one. I can try to tackle that one. I don't think, again, that's a very large question, and I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer, but I can give you some examples of, you are definitely correct. That happens on a regular basis, and it's very frustrating. Students on a behavior plan typically earn a reward at some point, and I know in my school, they got to have lunch with the behavior intervention specialist, but the kids that always behaved every single day didn't get to earn that lunch with the behavior intervention specialist. And so that's problem. Those are problems that are happening where you have students who behave every single day, and we do have positive behavioral supports, but those students don't get the same things as the students that are constantly in trouble. And last year in my classroom, the student that had to be removed from my class multiple times for threatening other students got to a point where they were like, well, I just want to go see the behavior intervention specialist, right? Because that was free time for them to go play a game or to do fun things and have one-on-one time with that behavior intervention specialist. And so it is a reward. And so those are some things that definitely a teacher would tell you need to be changed.
Super. Other comments? Yes, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Mr. Mullen, I think we have some agreement here on looking at the ideas of reevaluating what is important in a 21st century education. That being said, what do you think about the idea of, rather than the state reevaluating, that we offer the flexibility for the local districts to reevaluate what they best need for their communities, whether they would like to focus on CTE and the trades, or they'd like to focus greater on college prep? What would you say to the idea of the state taking a step back and allowing more autonomy for districts?
Mr. Mullen?
Madam Chairman, Representative Kelly, I think that's worthy of a discussion. I think one of the things that we would have to, our base level for that is obviously going to have to be adherence to constitutional language, and you know, we want to make sure that we are preparing our students, all students. The equitability of that education system, I think, would present some challenges in that conversation. So let's just say, for example, you know, Matitsi wanted to focus very specifically on CTE and say, you know, we don't want to offer a foreign language component. While maybe Cheyenne says, yeah, not only do we want to do CTE, but we want to have that foreign language component. It's going to raise some equitability concerns. I think it's important to always have those conversations with districts and with the people in those communities. What is it that you're seeing that would benefit your students within your community? But we also have to be very mindful of a statewide economy and a global economy as that is. So all very wishy-washy answer to say, yeah, I think there could be some discussion there.
There's no other comments or questions. We'll turn you guys loose and open it up for other public comment. Thank you so much. Please come forward, anyone that would like to. We can fill up the chairs and just keep moving. So feel free to introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Kyle Washut. I'm the president of Wyoming Catholic College. We're the other accredited four-year institution in the state. And I wanted to speak, where we're based in Lander, Wyoming. I wanted to speak specifically to the question of teacher recruitment. About 95% of our students come from out of state. At this point, roughly 20% of our alumni stay in the state, but only less than, a small handful of those have gone into teaching and those into private schools. That's striking in that 50% of our graduates actually go into teaching. And the vast majority of those are actually going into public charter schools, specifically recruited from Arizona and Texas. Networks of charter schools like Great Hearts and Valors come and recruit our students every year. And our students, having fallen in love with the West and being very attractive candidates for these charter schools, having a number of the things we've been discussing. All of our graduates have 1,500 hours or more of experiential outdoor education training, and a variety of other areas. They're being actively recruited by these public charter schools, but in states that don't require further steps for licensure. And that becomes the major attraction for them. I think our graduates would like to stay in Wyoming, as is testified by the other 20% that are clearly staying, if there could be a pathway that allows them to teach, especially in these newly emerging charter schools, but in general in the public schools in Wyoming, that doesn't require further extensive study, further expense, but maybe just a mentoring program and letting the schools teach them in certain ways, as is happening in Arizona and Texas. I think we would see a significant improvement in teacher recruitment from graduates of Wyoming Catholic College. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Washut? Interesting data. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please come forward. Anybody else would like to testify and give us your name? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Madam Chairwoman, my name is Mark Mathern, and I'm the chairman of the State Board of Education for Wyoming. And I have with me Diana Clapp, who's our coordinator for the Wyoming State Board of Education. I wanted to just comment on a couple of things that you heard earlier from the Department of Education about improving working conditions for teachers. I'm here to comment really on ways to enhance learning conditions for students. With the State Board of Education, one of the things you heard Mr. Shaner talk about or you read in his document, that we are working hard on reducing the number of standards that we have for students. We have 10 content areas. We have, I think, over 2,000 standards, and we've actually reduced that number almost by 50%, but we still have not been through all 10 content areas. One of the points that was made in the document is that this is to focus on the essential standards. I would add that this offers greater flexibility and time to pursue innovation and community collaboration. So I think you have in front of you a document. I would ask that you go to the last page of the document. This is Wyoming's profile of a graduate. This document was adopted by the State Board of Education, and we are working right now on amending the graduation requirements, Chapter 31 for us. In the statute that you have provided us, you talk about competency-based assessment, but no one has taken that and fleshed that out. So if you look way at the bottom of this document, you see 7 key competencies. These were derived from listening sessions from all over the state of Wyoming. We spoke with parents, we spoke with teachers, we spoke with business owners. And these competencies are the ones that our community, our Wyoming community, is saying if our graduates would have these competencies, it would be worth having them walk across the stage. And so we're pursuing this idea of providing these competencies in our graduation requirements over time. The other piece I really wanted to point out is that these competencies push on the idea of agility, not so much for the students, but it will, but the agility of our graduation framework. Providing opportunities to work for students to go to community college, trade school, military, or the university. Part of that effort in focusing on these competencies is the other part of the document that I gave you. And you've heard this morning several times the reference to the RIDE initiative. Notice the part, and this is on the first page of the document. Notice the partners that are at the top. This includes everyone from the governor's office to the Wyoming College Commission to the Wyoming State Board to Department of Education. I'd like to just point out a few things that we're beginning to see from Project RIDE. We have 20 districts that are engaged in Project RIDE. 600 teachers, or educators, I should say, are engaged in Project RIDE. Everyone is studying this idea of student-centered learning, and you heard Nathan talk a little bit about some of the work in Cody. I just wanted you to begin to see some of the data that are coming out of this. Teachers reporting increased agency to personalized learning. Just that idea of trying to build a learning plan that is student-driven, not necessarily teacher-driven. Higher attendance in classrooms, higher work completion rates because the work is meaningful work. If there were a message that I would ask you to consider, it's really the theory of action that says if we continue to expand student-centered practices, teacher satisfaction may improve, and ultimately retention rates for teachers may improve. It seems to me, and certainly I think the research would bear this out, that meaningful work done by students helps teachers find some satisfaction that they do with students. And so that was really just a message I wanted to share with the board, or share with the committee here, and also gives me an opportunity to introduce myself, as I'm the newly elected chair of the state board, and so you can put a name with a face. And Diana, I didn't know if you had a specific comment you wanted to make at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman, members of the committee, just appreciate the conversation that you've been having today. And you see how complex it is, you see how many feelers there are. I think it's important for you to know that your State Board of Education is committed to these same conversations with regard to quality of education in Wyoming. And they have these partnerships, you see them on the page, work closely with the department. I think there's some things, big areas that need to be looked at. Standards are being looked at, right? How did we end up with 1,800 plus standards? Well, when the test means everything, you want to know everything on the test, right? So you make a standard for everything that might possibly show up on that test. And guess what you get, right? And then math and ELA are saying, hey, we're the ones being tested. There's other subject matters that are important. Well, what's the pattern going on here? And it comes from No Child Left Behind. These are remnants, right, that found their way into statute and haven't been cleaned up yet. But why so many standards in all these other subject areas? Well, because you know what? We need teachers in our areas are important too. So it became the stackable, growing piece that became insurmountable. And so standards, the board is committed to that. They're working with the department. They are seeking out the voice of schools and communities in trying to do this work. Assessment and accountability needs to be tackled. They've got committees working on this now, again, in collaboration, bringing voices to the table. You have a state assessment right now that exceeds federal regulations. Maybe that's what you want. Maybe that's good. But I think those are the pieces that need to be looked at if you're going to start bringing balance between this notion of, is everything measured by that assessment? Or are there other pieces, these competencies that come in, that Wyoming people said they also value coming out of their education system? So I applaud your conversations, your questions, and want you to know that the state board is taking this work very seriously and also having these conversations.
We would stand for any questions, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
for that. Questions for either one of the State Board of Education folks? Questions? We appreciate this also.
Thank you very much.
We have a lot of new members on this committee, so any information we get is great. Keep up the good work. Thanks. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves. Tell us what you want us to know today.
Madam Chair, my name is Dan Mayer. I'm the Executive Director for BOCES 5. My background is I'm a school psychologist. I've been a special ed director in Wyoming for 15 or plus years. In the last 10 years, I've been serving as the Executive Director for BOCES 5. I'll have my friend Clark here introduce himself in a second. We're going to tag team this because I think it's similar what we want to discuss. I wanted to share with you a little bit about what BOCES 5 does in relationship to the conversation. I want to really talk about school discipline, seclusion, and restraint. We play a vital role in the educational system from preschool to 21. We partner with local districts and state agencies to offer services that meet educational needs of our highest needs students in Wyoming. A core part of our program at BOCES 5 is ensuring students with special education needs are educated in the most least restrictive environment and while complying with state and federal rules. We operate a network of accredited schools and highly trained professionals that provide outreach services for those most needed students. We have 6 facilities. There are 2 other BOCES facilities. So when we're looking at options, oftentimes when the school is not equipped to serve some of those highest needs students, they'll refer us to one of our agencies in the BOCES, and I'll let Clark just introduce himself, and then we'll get into a little bit of our comments.
I'll be brief. My name is Clark Fairbanks. I'm the director of the Wyoming Youth Service Association. And as we talk about these topics this morning, it was just important that you understand the continuum of care. A lot of focus has been on public school education, but the Wyoming Youth Service Association represents 16 nonprofit youth service agencies across Wyoming. Last year, they served 11,000 children and families, many of them struggling. It's our belief, it's my experience in 35 years, kids do well if they can. The problem is figuring out if they're not doing well, what's getting in the way. Can be academic, can be social, emotional, and support. Having caring, competent adults who are giving them hope and giving them the knowledge and skills that they need can be to self-regulate, to read, and that is what our member agencies do so well. Sometimes there's, I'll say, more organic issues that haven't been assessed and evaluated. Again, these member agencies are often those community partners who are providing those counseling services, assessment services, and other support. Collectively, sometimes those kids are placed with us who are not able to be successful in the public school setting. Our services include residential treatment, BOCES, psychiatric residential treatment, those nonprofit agencies. Just as an example, what we do is keep kids from being expelled, from dropping out, and keeping them engaged and transitioning back into public school successfully. So again, usually what we're doing is building on student and parent success, because parents do well if they can. We know some of the ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, that are generational. And so we work with youth and families. In psychiatric residential treatment, 95% of the students completed the program successfully, returned home, back into public school. In residential treatment, 93% completed the program, kids transitioned back into public school. And so I just wanted to share with you those examples of how this continuum is important as you're looking at school behavior and the services that are available across our state.
You know, I just went out and met with all of our member districts, and I have these, I'm asking them why their support matters. And one of the board members, that is our member district board member, every year out of that district, they talk about the importance of the 2/10 that they contribute to our services. And what they speak of are these difficult to handle children. And it's always a difficult subject to discuss because we want to support these kids, but sometimes their support is outside of the school. And a question I hear in this conversation is, when does those school supports stop and we start providing? We need to build out those community services. We want to keep kids in their community, right? And sometimes the school may not be. And I think what people aren't saying is that teachers are struggling and maybe they need alternatives. And that's the type of programs that we do. Our kids come to us because flat out on their IEP, they may not be able to handle that, and we can provide that level of service. Sometimes, and that's probably more in regards to the WISA providers that we share with, our kids are adjudicated coming through the court system, and we need to provide those services. And so topics that you're discussing tomorrow about vocational and those type of things, getting those into our programs so we can train students. We're changing our graduation requirement so we can lessen that and get more vocational experiences, because our students come in ready for that next challenge. We want to help them get the credits that they need, maintain that, and help them transition either back to school or to any post-secondary type of outcomes that they may have. I wrote down tons of notes. I know you guys are way behind schedule. I'm not going to answer every question that each of you answered that I wanted to respond my way, but I think we would both stand for any questions about any of the topics that you had and how it relates to the programs that we run.
I have one question, and then I see Senator Scott has a question, but just out of curiosity, do you have data that shows how many of your students are on IEPs versus those that are not? Because that would be very interesting to me to see how many of those kids are special ed kids.
Madam Chair, in our program, in the BOCES program, primarily we work with special ed students, not entirely. I think there are some programs when you look at that. I don't know, Clark, if you can respond to other WISA providers.
Just from my experience, I was past superintendent of the Wyoming Girls School and director of youth emergency services. And that number was between 38 and 40% of the kids who were on an IEP. That said, a far greater percentage would have qualified under an IEP, but were not on an IEP.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, Senator Scott has a question.
Question on the population that your youth services programs are providing. What percent of those kids that you're dealing with, and you're dealing with slightly older kids, are you not? High school, junior high levels?
I think majority of those are middle school and high school age students, so 10 through 18 to 21 years of age, primarily.
Follow up? Sure.
My question is, what percentage of those have just plain mental illness, medical illnesses that are mental illnesses? And what percentage of those don't have a mental illness, but did not learn some of the adequate skills in the early grades and are therefore unable to perform as they get into the higher grades?
Mr. Fairbanks?
Madam Chairman, we had provided this information during the legislative session, and I'll get that back out to the committee, from the member agencies. We do a snapshot look at every kid in care on a specific date. And based on that, 86% were diagnosed with a mental health condition. So it gives you some indication of those, the prevalence of that. But that isn't the whole story, because what we know is what comes first. as a master trainer for adverse childhood experiences, we know that adverse childhood experiences and the generational impact, that nurturing that's so important to learning how to regulate your own body, how to regulate when you're under stress. Many of the kids that we work with have not learned and can't access those types of skills when they're in structured settings where there's societal expectations to follow all of that. They just don't have the ability to do that. So that's a lot of the services that are being provided to the children and the families while they're coming into contact with member agencies.
Other questions? Okay, thank you both very much. I appreciate your time and thank you for hanging with us. I know we're a little behind schedule. It says we're supposed to talk about committee directives. What Co-Chairman and I were just talking about, we would invite anybody on the committee who would like to go over to the office to have lunch. And if you want to talk a little bit about directives that you might be interested in, we can still do that, of course, at the end of the day. And then maybe Co-Chairman Andrew will get us back on schedule because I haven't done a very good job this morning. But appreciate all the testimony, and we'll plan on being back at 2 o'clock. We were supposed to be back at 1:30, but since we're about 30 minutes behind, does that work for everybody? Okay, 2 o'clock, thanks.